Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The time is 6 o'clock p.m. This meeting of your Pontiac City Council is hereby called to order for Tuesday, December 12th, 2023. First item of business is the invocation. We give the floor to Councilman Parker to introduce this evening's presenter.
Thank you, Brother President. Good afternoon. Good evening, everyone. We will have our invocation given to us this evening by Minister Veronica Taylor of the New Springfield Missionary Baptist Church.
It's so good to be obedient to the head of my church, Pastor Parker. First, bow our head. First, I give honor to God, who's the head of all of our lives. Father God, as we come humble, as we know how, here in this city hall, in the city of Pontiac, in the city of Oakland County, and for this season, let everybody understand, Christmas is not about people that's getting presents. It's about you, Lord. And let them understand we got to learn how to love one another and sincerely care from our heart and continue to take care of all these people across the United States. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. As a postscript for our invocation, I want to pass along a message from Pontiac resident Brian Blosser, who often would attend our city council meetings. He wanted to make sure that he extended his gratitude to the Pontiac community for their prayers, words of encouragement, checking up on him, and for Councilman Parker especially being very supportive. He's at home recovering. He's got a nurse, physical therapist, and occupational therapist coming out once a week for 8 weeks. So it's been difficult, but he's really grateful for the prayers and well wishes and those that have checked in on him. So thank you very much on behalf of Brian Blosser, our neighbor, who often would attend or watch along and offer feedback from District 1, Councilwoman Rutherford's constituent. With that, it's time for a Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States. Please rise.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We now have a moment of silence as a community. I'll read the names of those, the names we know who have departed us in recent weeks, Pontiac residents, and those neighbors, friends, family members who we unfortunately have lost. Ariana Alaman Ved, Lizzie Bailey, Frank Baker, Lucy Barnard, Nikki Bellamy, Jordan Bamer, Jerome Bradford Jr., Florine Carter Eaton, Kevin Cosby, Horace Crenshaw, Kenneth Davis Sr., Margot Dilworth Swan, William Fowler Sr., Carl Gabbard, Ida Gray Tinsley, Kenneth Griffin, Richard Haynes, or often known as Dick Haynes, Stella Hale, Shirley Hatchett Scruggs, Sheila Hurd Bergen, Betty Herbert Hill, Dorothy Hill, Joe Ingram III, Kenneth Jackson, Kenneth James, Kenneth Jones, Marshall Jones Jr., Shirley Niebel, Harold Lance, Ludora Matthews, Betty McConnor, Kimmy McNair, Bonnie Munson, Sarah Pauling, Lawrence Pippin, Byron Pointer, Diane Powell Ewing, Arnold Rouser, Mother Melissa Samuel, Regina Scott, Jeffrey Smith, Carla Snell, Carl Sykes, Carl Tenuta, Martha Vargas Lara, Kyrie Wallace, Raymond Wheelock Sr., DeJuan Williams, Johnny Wims, Terry Woods, Willa Mae Wright. Please join us as a community for a moment of silence to remember those who have recently departed. Thank you very much. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Present.
Goodman,
Here.
James. Here. McGinnis,
Present.
Nicholson,
Here.
Parker,
Here.
Present.
President.
Quorum being established and all members present and voting, we now move to consideration of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve this evening's agenda?
So moved.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford and second by Councilman Nicholson. That motion is before us. Item number 14 on the agenda currently, under Purchasing Division. It's a publishing of a proposed budget amendment. The purchasing staff requests that that be removed from the agenda to allow time for further research and review.
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Nicholson and seconded by Councilman Rutherford that the current item number 14, that resolution be removed from this evening's agenda. Any discussion or clarification on that amendment? Hearing no further discussion on that motion to amend, roll call Clerk Doyle on that amendment.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We're back to the main motion, adoption of the agenda as amended. Are there any further amendments, changes, clarifications, or discussion on the motion before us? Anything else you'd like to see added, changed, or removed from the agenda? Hearing nothing further, roll call Clerk Doyle on adoption of the agenda as amended.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The agenda has been adopted. We will proceed accordingly. Is there a motion to approve this evening's consent agenda?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. That motion is now before us. Here are the 5 items in tonight's consent agenda. The November 27th, 2023 Law in the Courts Subcommittee meeting minutes. The December 5th, 2023 City Council meeting minutes. The resolution to approve the 2024 City Council meeting schedule. Resolution recognizing the lifetime of community service of Betsy and Richard Fitzgerald. And E, resolution approving obsolete property rehabilitation act exemption application for 91 North Saginaw, the applicant of 91 North OZ LLC. This is a corrected resolution. This is the 3rd attempt at that resolution. And so since it's a matter that's been previously presented, deliberated, and discussed a few times over, we have it in the consent agenda. Are there any items that council members wish to pull from the consent agenda? Hearing none, not a debatable motion. Roll call and adoption of the consent agenda. Clerk Doyle.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes. Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The consent agenda and those resolutions and minutes have been adopted. All right, we come to our one special presentation tonight. We originally had 2 special presentations. The presenter for that other one opts for us to reschedule that so we can have additional time. So that'll be something that we'll pursue at a future meeting or council setting. So with that, the one presentation tonight is potential sale of city-owned property. There are 2 properties in question. For the sake of efficiency, the special presentation will cover them both. But later in the agenda, we will take up the scheduling of the public hearings individually, since they are 2 separate pieces of land that the city owns. We are required, if there is any even consideration of sale of city-owned property, be it vacant land or developed property, there must be a public hearing. And feedback we heard at a previous go-around with public hearings is that you'd like more information earlier. So now that this is information that City Council is newly receiving, we want the community and the council to hear it, and then ahead of the future public hearing, you've got some more information about what's before us. So procedurally, that's where we're at. And with that, this is an item from the administration. I'll give the floor to Deputy Mayor Stevens so he can offer any further information before we introduce the presenter, Economic Development Manager Younger. Deputy Mayor Stevens, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. As you said, we do have Ms. Younger here tonight to give the special presentation, which deals with two pieces of land, the Kennett Road landfill and also the Purdue school site. Later in the agenda, we will be asking you to vote on these matters, but I will give it to Manager Younger to make the presentation.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. As City Council, good evening. Before you, special presentation on two properties. The first, Kennett Road landfill, we held a RFP, request for proposals. We got two responding proposals. The Top Family Companies was the winning proposal. At that time, the proposal was to acquire the property excuse me, I have a horrible cold, so I apologize, for $1.8 million with the ideal of constructing a semiconductor facility. They manufacture the chemicals that are used in chip manufacturing. They also proposed to put Project Lift on that site, as well as potentially commercial and residential development. Since that time, and beginning to do the environmentals, recognizing that this is in fact a landfill, it's been determined that we're not certain of how much how much of that is buildable. The estimates for environmental evaluation to determine location of where facilities can be built, the estimation is in excess of $4, $5, and possibly $6 million to do the assessment, just to figure out how much is buildable. The developer still wants to proceed. He is offered to buy the property for $500,000. He would construct the semiconductor facility, which would employ 100 to 200 employees. The size of that facility we can't determine yet until all of the environmentals that are done. Project Lift, which was also proposed for that site, is now being proposed for the Purdue school. And I'll go into detail on Project Lift because it's something you haven't heard about. So in essence, this was a former landfill. We know that there's going to have to be over 200 borings just to determine where you can build, and probably most of the 77 acres is not buildable. So the developer still wants to go forward. He believes that there's enough on that 77 acres that he should be able to construct his semiconductor chip facility. If there are more buildable lots, parcels, area on that is one parcel. If there's more buildable area, he would like to proceed with other developments, but does not want to commit to more than building the semiconductor facility, given what we now know about the environmentals. And so he's proposing $500,000 to buy the landfill and construction of the commercial semiconductor facility. In addition, he would move Project Lift, which I'm going to explain in detail through a PowerPoint, to Purdue School. So, and at Purdue School, the deal is that we would give him the Purdue School. He would demolish and construct a 10 to 12,000 workforce development training facility for at-risk youth, and I'll explain in greater detail. So, in essence, this deal would allow the Tobby Company would build a commercial facility on Kennett Road. Their nonprofit, it's not just their nonprofit, but their board members of Project Lift would then also take Purdue and deal with that. It's something that we've long been trying to get someone to develop. So, and I'll go do a PowerPoint on Project Lift so you can understand Project Lift, and then I'll entertain questions, if that's the council's pleasure.
Does council need questions before the presentation?
Yeah, I have a question.
Councilor.
Thank you, Brother President. My question is, are we talking about purchasing and selling property, or are we talking about a workforce development process?
Both. The commercial Kennett Road would be acquiring the property for $500,000, and they would build a semiconductor manufacturing facility for the fluids that make chips. They produce, apparently there's a chemical fluid that you need to produce microchips. They would do that on the Kennett Road site. It's estimated that at a minimum, they would need 100 employees. If the environmentals allow, they would like to build a larger facility and up to 200 employees on that site. On the Purdue site, school site, we would give the site to them. They would demolish it and build a 12,000 square foot workforce development training facility for troubled youth. They have 4 facilities in Florida that are currently operational. They just broke ground on their 5th in Florida. Mr. Tobby spends his time between Florida and Michigan. He resides in Michigan. He would like to bring this model here to Michigan. He has plans to do Pontiac, Detroit, Flint, but Pontiac will be his first venture in Michigan. This is a nationally recognized project and facilities that have been operational in Florida for several years. He'd like to replicate that here. He has begun fundraising for this and has commitments so far for about $3 million. He is also going to contribute his own resources to build the facility. In addition, he's met with the juvenile court system and has guaranteed referrals. He's also met with Williams International, who would do robotics training and also job placement there. So at this facility, which I'll explain, there'll be several trades that will be workforce development. At each of his facilities in Florida, they do different types of workforce development depending on what that area needs. For instance, in one county in Florida, they do boat building because boats are built in that county in Florida. So that's one of the trades that they teach the youth.
Follow up. So he wants to purchase the Kennett property, and we're going to give him the Purdue property?
Right. With a $1 million performance bond and a reverter clause if he does not fulfill the requirements. So he'd have to put up front a $1 million performance bond to, in fact, ensure that he moves forward with the project.
And how long will we give him to move forward?
2 years. The demolition of the school is going to take a minute because of the asbestos and lead that is in the school. It won't be long to construct the facility, but it's the demolition of the existing facility that causes the most problems. And of course, we don't have an accurate assessment of all of the asbestos and lead in there. There have been several developers in the past who have looked at it, and we've had estimates of $800,000 to $1.5 million for demolition and environmental remediation. I talked with him Saturday and met with him Saturday with a demolition contractor who's looked at the site and is going to be evaluating it. So this Saturday I met with someone with the developer to look at evaluating that site. But of course, you know, we didn't have access on that Saturday to the site.
I'm done. Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. On the Kennett site, have we done a real estate appraisal for that particular site?
No, but we have, we found about 7-year-old environmentals for the site. We contacted this was something we did, the city. We contacted the environmental company and asked them what their feeling was about the development of the site and how much they thought it would cost in today's dollars. They gave us the estimate of $5 to $6 million, and that they couldn't, with any certainty, tell us how much of that acreage is buildable because of the amount of, because it's a landfill. And, you know, how deep do you have to go for footings and those type of things to be able to bear weight of buildings that are going to be put on it. So we did not appraise the site, but given what we know about the fact that it was a landfill and how difficult it is to build facilities on it, we think it's a reasonable offer.
Okay, well, thank you.
Councilman Rutherford is next, but I just want to clarify. So when you said an estimate of $5 to $7 million, or do you mean like remediation of the
Correct.
environmental
Yes.
contaminants from the land?
Yes,
Okay.
and to determine what's buildable and how far, they're recommending on the site a minimum of 200 borings to determine, how much environmental is there, what the impaction rates would be, how far footers would have to be dug to support facilities. This is why the project has been scaled back, because there's just too much uncertainty about how much is buildable on the site. We feel confident that there is some buildable land, but we're not sure of how much at this point.
Okay. Councilman Rutherford?
2 questions. Number 1, currently Purdue produces no income or
Correct.
tax for the city of Pontiac, correct?
Correct.
So if we were to give them Purdue, that would literally get it back on the tax roll?
Correct.
And so my follow-up is this. I know that we didn't get Kennett appraised, but given the $6 million, if we were to do it ourselves, is that just that's an estimation?
Correct. And it puts us we are currently in the chain of title, and we would be held, we could be held responsible for remediation.
Right. I just think it's important that if we go forward, that we have that information now so that people understand that this land can only be used in a limited space and limited capacity. That way we are on the same page. So,
Correct.
thank you.
Thank you.
Pro Tem Carrington next, but just to make sure I'm clear. So the Kennett Road landfill and the Purdue School right now are both city-owned
Correct.
property. Do you know how long the city has had the former Kennett Road landfill, or how long it's been dormant?
I think,
I know it
Deputy,
predates
do you know?
you. I'm
Yeah,
trying to
I
put
think
you
it's more than like 15 years, 20.
So, Council President, it's
Yep, you have the
at least 20 years.
And Purdue is, I think it was 2003. It's been closed since 2003.
Okay. You were a student in there? I was a student at Edison. Edison, okay. But so Kennett Road landfill, at least for many years, it's city property, so that is not currently on the tax rolls.
Correct.
And there would be a private commercial operation, so that would be new
Correct.
tax revenue. Is Project Lift, though, would they be the title holder of the Purdue School, and would they be, since I see a tax ID, would they be nonprofit?
They are a nonprofit, but they would still pay taxes on the facility. Yeah.
Okay. And that might be because if it's not directly related to how the nonprofit's operating, they might
Right.
require
They would
tax.
still have to pay on the real estate. The nonprofit status allows them to, for operations, raise funds to do the workforce development and training.
All set, Pro Tem?
Well, I ask a question
Okay.
later on.
Councilman James.
Yes, from, when this project was originally presented to us, apparently it has been quite a bit scaled back, but I'm wondering, it was pretty obvious when the original proposal came in that they were aware that this was in fact a landfill.
Correct.
So I guess I'm kind of not really understanding why the scale back, and now we are just looking at possibly one. But the big question is, they're looking at the cost of the remediation, which would be $5 to $6 million. Are they going to, because originally when you brought this to us, they were committed to the monies that it would take to do the, do the studies, to do the environmental work. Are they still committed to doing that?
Absolutely. They won't be able to build anything without doing the environmental work. But what can happen is that it can be determined that some of it could just be paved over, and they wouldn't have to clean those sites. So there's different ways to remediate depending on, but they're committed to building. They've outgrown the space that they're in. They need a new facility. They're committed in doing the work. And I think, yes, they knew it was a landfill, but as further investigations began and you determine how long it's sat vacant, there's been other dumping on that site over the last 20 years, even though we owned it. People came in, they dumped. So we don't know the extent of all the environmental, and until in-depth environmental is done. They've done cursory environmentals And then, like I said, I did not share what I found with them. They did their own cursory environmental research and determined that it was going to be more extensive than they originally thought.
Okay, I just, again, want to be clear on what it is they are offering to do. If we sell them the property for $500,000, they will do the environmental on all 77 acres, not just the area where
They have to, because they don't know where they can build, so they have to do.
So they have to commit to the entire perimeter of the area, that they're going to do the appropriate environmentals on that to know what they can and can't do on that land.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilwoman Rutherford.
So my hesitation is, because they're a nonprofit, can they not go to the county and ask to be tax exempt?
On the Project Lift site? They could, but I think we would object, and they're not proposing that. They pay taxes on their other facilities in Florida currently, so they're not proposing that. Again, their nonprofit status is simply to operationalize the workforce development part.
And then my last question, just to make sure I'm clear, previous to this project, exactly how many people have tried to purchase Purdue and were unsuccessful for attainable housing?
I'm aware of 4. So, and honestly, the cost of demolition of the property makes housing all highly difficult to do. The difference in this is that they're fundraising the money. They have a successful track record of doing 5 facilities so far. And the Tobby company themselves are going to contribute their own personal cash. This is, I like to call it a legacy project. The commercial project, the son is taking over the reins of the company. The father is slowly handing off the reins. Project Lift is his legacy piece. And so he's going to commit his own personal resources to the construction and development of that project.
Thank you.
Pro Tem Carrington.
It's my final question. So has the city actually got an estimate of demolition for Purdue? Because
Yes.
I haven't seen anything, and I know at the council, we've been asking for that.
There were going to be an RFP went out to do estimates of that. For whatever reason, it didn't go forward. I have the last developer who was going to do housing there had an estimate of 1.2 million, and that was CHN Housing, and that was their that was the estimate of 1.2 for remediation and demolition.
So administration hasn't actually
No.
got a demolition number? Okay.
No, but
Thank you.
I assume it's not less than 1.2.
Well, I don't want to make no assumptions. I was hoping that the administration had a final number for me.
Deputy.
Councilman Parker, followed by Deputy Mayor.
Just follow up to that question. How old is that demolition?
3 years.
3 years? Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Stevens.
Thank you, Council President. Manager Younger, we did do an RFP for demolition services that included Purdue School. As you said, we ultimately did not award that bid. The bid in that RFP, the bids in that RFP ranged from $700,000 at the low to $1 million at the high for Purdue, correct?
Right. And then there was one that was 2.2 million.
So there was, but in the 2.2 was the one that was the outlier, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Right.
Thank
Right.
you.
Or with that, how about we have the presentation?
Okay.
Or I'll say Part B.
Okay, Project Lift, Pontiac. Okay, Project.
You'll need to do the microphone if you can.
You can bring it over with you, it does move.
Okay.
No,
That one.
yeah,
Okay,
you can bring that microphone with you.
Okay, I'm on a lot of cold medicine, sorry. You can say? Oh, that's what you're trying to say. All right, Project Lift. They've identified a need to do Project Lift in Michigan. They've been looking for identifying land and building and industry partners. What do? Currently, they do vocational training for 11 trades. These are all facilities in Florida. Part of the bigger part of, in addition to the actual trades, is that they have in-house mental health substance abuse treatment. If people have not completed their high school diploma, they work to get them their high school diploma. They do job readiness and employment. And of course, they work on self-esteem, self-image, and work on alleviating generational poverty. Here are some of the success indicators from the ones that they have in Florida. 93% meet completion. 86% are drug-free. They test regularly, and not just drugs, but also alcohol. 87% of the graduates got jobs with local partners. That's something that they're doing right now, is lining up local partners that would hire these people. Again, they have psychologists, psychiatrists, and social workers on staff and in-house. So in addition to getting the vocational training, the youth that go through this program have regular counseling with substance abuse, psychologists, and psychiatrists. And then they approve work readiness and employability. So here's what they would intend to do here. The first year, they would intend to serve 125 to 150 teens and young adults. They do 2 shifts per day, and it's an extended apprentice-style programming. And so their traditional is teen girls and boys, age 14 to 19, but they also have a program for those over 25 as well. For young adults, they have career rising programming. Young adults who are between the ages of 18 and 25, 4 days a week from 8 to 2:30 p.m. Then they have their Innovation Academy. That's for adults over 25 years of age, and that's available 3 nights a week, 6 p.m. to 10. And then they have a Pathway Academy, which is career rising programming plus high school diplomas for those that need those. All of the programs are paid apprenticeships, so the youth that participate are paid. They also, again, receive mental health, professional vocational training. They also they feed them every day as well. They do family-style dining, and that would be part of the program, as well as, again, high school diplomas if needed. This is the typical facility that they build. It's 12,500 feet. It's expected in this one to have automobile repair, HVAC, welding, and as I said, since this was put together, they have worked out with Williams International for robotics. And they work to identify, they may have other trades, but right now these are the ones they've identified. So the background on Project Lift, it was founded in 2010 in Palm City, Florida. The first year they had 19 teenagers, and then they did a second facility in Belgrade, Florida in 2018. Third facility, Fort Pierce, 2020. So far, over 3,000 teens have been impacted over the 10 years. The fourth new facility is being developed, and they intend that Pontiac will be their first launch in Michigan, to be followed by Flint, Detroit, Grand Rapids, and Saginaw. So high school students, considering four-year education, the numbers have plummeted since COVID. Career colleges in Georgia and Florida and Texas reported 20% increase in students last year and 16% this year. There's nearly an 8% decline in overall undergraduate college and university enrollment in the past 2 years. 258,000 new automotive technicians are in need, twice the number of demand of last year, and fewer than 1/5 of those are in the current pipeline. So these are some of the facts about why Project Lift is needed and could be successful. Here's data on Pontiac. The high school graduation rate is 67%, up from 55%. This data is pre-COVID-19, so we don't know what this is currently. We know the poverty rate, we know the crime rate, and so this is why they think the Project Lift would be great for Pontiac. So here are some of the facts. In those cities, they've been Nonprofit of the Year. They have 54 employees, 10 full-time therapists, 15 skilled licensed instructors, 12 program-specific specialists. They've got 30,000 currently in these 3 facilities, square feet of training space, solid track record, and 3 campuses, and as I indicated, they're building the 4th now in Florida. So the cost to treat one of the youth in a detention center is $209 a day, and Project Lift is about $21 a day. So you can see the difference of about $70,000 per year difference in training. So more than 900 automobiles have been repaired at no cost, and 161 have been donated back to needy families. So that funding, they've identified local, state, national funding partners. They apply for grants, Community Foundation United Way. They also have large individual donors and development and marketing. And that is the summary of Project Lift. It's been very successful in Florida, and they'd like to replicate it here.
So this presentation, was it from Project Lift?
Correct.
The first slide shows the city of Pontiac current branding on it, so it gives the implication that there's some
They
partnership.
did that, yeah, we
Yeah,
didn't.
so you're going to want to ask them to not
Take it off, correct.
so that way it doesn't give the wrong impression that it's some collaboration or something co-sponsored or co-funded
Understood.
by the city of Pontiac, since that is not our understanding.
Yeah,
That's
right.
been presented so far. I saw a hand, boop, 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 pro tem.
Yes, you mentioned funding. Did they say that they have received some kind of letter of support from these particular organizations, or they plan on apply for this funding, or are they saying
They
they're
have
gonna use
both. They have some that are committed and others that they're applying
that?
to.
So they already have opera funds, so they won't be asking for our opera funds.
No, they don't have ARPA funds
Okay. It's
currently.
Community Foundation?
Yeah.
I'm just, they listed a lot of
Right,
names
right
here.
now, my understanding is that they've approached Kresge, Kellogg, Skillman, and maybe Ralph Wilson, I don't remember, and they've gotten commitments for about $3 million. And some of that is not just foundations, they actually have been to the business community and also received commitments of funding from individual donors. So it's,
So these companies have given them support letters for this project?
yes.
Okay.
And at the public hearing, I'll present.
Okay, I'm just, because that's probably, I'm gonna be
Yeah,
asking for
I will
that since
be-
you
yeah.
said it.
Yeah, I'll be presenting. And they were just giving examples of funding types on that slide. I think in Florida, they have gotten ARPA funding for their last facility. So that's just a type of funding that they go after.
Councilman James.
Yes, could you, I think it's a great program. We need as many of these as we can get, obviously. So I'm very, very enthusiastic about the program itself. But help me to connect the dots between the program and this proposal that they have made, because this was not on the table originally.
No, well,
The school was not on the table.
no, the school was
originally.
not on the
So
table.
help me to understand, to connect the dots between how did we get this kind of a program brought into the landfill project?
Okay. They originally planned Project Lift on the landfill site. When they were unsure if they could do it, they asked, are there any other locations that we might be able to consider Project Lift? And actually, in my opinion, the Purdue School makes a better site. It's in a residential neighborhood already. There's the Kid Block program that could be a feeder that's already in that neighborhood. It could be a feeder to the Project Lift proposal. It just made a lot of sense. It's also something that we've been trying to get developed unsuccessfully to date. They weren't afraid of the challenge of taking it on, just like they're not afraid of taking on a landfill. So it made some sense if we could, in fact, return two properties to productive use that have sat around vacant for a long time. It made sense to try to negotiate. If you do one, do the other. And so it was part of.
It was a part of the original proposal.
Correct.
Okay.
And then we just found somewhere else to site it.
Councilman Parker.
Thank you, sir. Sound like a very good program. My question, though, is it's a workforce development program. Have they talked with any of the existing workforce development companies in the city?
Yes.
And
Some.
are they planning on partnering with any of those?
Some.
To your knowledge?
Yeah, I know they've talked to Carlton, and I know they've talked to, Michigan Works, and I don't know who else, but I know they've talked to those two. And a lot of their initial people that entered the program come directly from the juvenile detention system. So a lot of times it's an alternative to other sentencing. They've already met with the judges, and for sure on that, I know they've met with the judges. So this will be a referral. And then typically that's how they start in a city. They go to the court system and say, here's an alternative that you might want to place youth in. They've had those conversations. And then typically what happens is the brothers and sisters and neighbors of those kids who may or may not have been in the juvenile system also start going to Project Lift because of the success of the children that have been in prior.
So they mentioned kids between the ages of 14 to 19. How will they deal with the prerequisites of parental involvement? How will they deal with the issues of being 14? I think you need a permit to be able to work.
Right.
How will they do if they're going to pay them? How do they deal with? Are they prepared to deal with all that?
Yeah, they've done it. They do it in Florida, and yeah, and again, they're not promising jobs for the 14-year-olds, but they will pay them during the program. You know, it's like a summer job for the 14-year-olds. The ones who are able to actually are adults, they actually get those children jobs. And then they have a program for people 25 and older who they also work with to get jobs. So, and basically a lot of the kids who are 14 and older stay in the program until they're able to work. A lot of them do. They stay, come every year, they're getting paid, they get counseling, and they get dinner or lunch or whatever it is every day. So a lot of the children that enter in 14 stay until they're old enough to get a job.
Thank you. Councilman Goodman.
So I first off want to say thank you a lot, Deborah, because I know that this project has been being worked on for a while, especially the Kennett landfill part of it. And I mean, just speaking as a person whose district that is, I'm very excited to see something actually happening with the part of our city that's just simply not being used, hopefully. And many people don't know this. I come from a background of skilled trades. Like when I graduated, I went to OTEC. I left with 6 nationwide certifications, have been acknowledged by the Department of Education. And so I very much acknowledge the importance of having skilled trades and alternative education in terms of helping out, especially a lot of people in the city or just in general people who don't feel that college is the pathway for them. There are alternatives for getting high-paying jobs that are beneficial to you. Especially just in how important like all these types of programs are to former students of mine that I taught, to also me myself being in the education system here in Pontiac. So I mean, in general, I want to say thank you for working on this. And many of the questions that my colleagues have asked tonight, luckily me and you had a conversation the other day to go over a lot of these things. So I really just want to hope that in all of this that the developer follows through and all these things. I know obviously that's a question for a lot of people at home and in this chambers. But given what they've done, if they're able to do that in the city of Pontiac, it would be, I think, a massive influence for the positive for our city. So really, my main thing is I really just want to hope that that the city does what it can to make sure that they follow through on delivering these things if it is approved.
Okay. Well, we will have a very tough development agreement, and I have to say, you know, I can't know what is in anybody's heart, but they've stuck with us. You know, we've been back to the drawing board 4 or 5 times. They've never walked away. They've never thrown their hands up. You know, I've said, look, you know, take the school site nobody wants. They didn't bucket that. They've shown a big commitment to Pontiac. Again, like I said, I can't know truly what's in someone's heart, but I can tell you that I've been round and round with them a lot, and they haven't walked away. You know, I think I've been pretty tough on them from a negotiating standpoint, and they didn't buckle, they didn't run. They're putting their own resources into the nonprofit end. So again, I can't, with 100%, you know, all developers do what developers do, but I feel fairly good about them because I've given them a lot of wrinkles and we've gone round and round a lot. And, you know, this started, I'm the second week, I've been here exactly 1 year, December 1st.
Happy anniversary.
And I started talking to the Todd family my first month here. So for 1 year, we've been working on this. And, you know, sometimes people don't realize how long it takes to get development projects going. But literally, I've been talking to them since the middle of December. I got a cold call from them, and we started talking about developing projects. And so over the course of the year, I've been working on developing these projects, so.
One follow-up, Councilman Goodman.
And the only thing I have to add is I know that, like, in there you mentioned that they've been reaching out to partner with people. As a person who is a product of a very specific line of organizations, being like, well, Oakland School's Technical Campus, OTEC here in Pontiac, as well as just being a person who very much participated in my education, hoping that there is any way to have any type of partnership or like pathway or communication pipeline between Project Lift and the education here in the city, especially OTEC, being that it is the primary vocational school for a lot of young people in the city from many of our schools. I think that that's a very strong driving point that I want to make sure happens.
I've given them a list of referrals, and, you know, I don't know how far they are down that list of referrals, but before I come back next week, I'll firm up some of that information.
Okay, and my 2 items, I know I've asked before in other settings. So the development agreement can spell out that they shall be demolishing the Purdue School
Correct.
eyesore. That's
Correct.
sort of part
Right.
of the transaction of sorts. So would it require city council action
Yes.
of, you know,
I will
the
bring
city
back-
sell or not
Yes.
Kent Road landfill? Will the city sell or not Purdue School, sometime likely in January? And then depending on that outcome, would the next vote then be, do we approve of the development agreement proposed? Or would it be sort of the sale and development agreement in one decision?
I would propose to do the sell and development agreement in one.
That's helpful as we plan for the future. Okay, and then I just a note that whether it is this concept or others, the neighbors that live around the Purdue School have long been saddled with an anchor, an anvil that is dragging down their neighborhood, and that's why in the last 2 years I have tried to again and again come at it from any different perspective, advocating that there be a resolution. There have been sort of this mirage of, oh, maybe it could be housing, or, oh, maybe it could be, all right, the building's not salvageable, maybe it'll be demolished and there could be housing, and that was a mirage. So I don't want any mirages. I want the residents to be able to have, well, an oasis, a green oasis at least, if nothing else, so that way we don't have to have that blighted school. And then the best case scenario is that it would be developed into something of substance, no matter what the use is. And so I appreciate that you've been pursuing, as Councilwoman Rutherford asked, multiple different lines during the time that you've been here, and congratulations on the year.
Thank you.
And I'm sure there are other prospective deals that predate you, predate me, but I hope we get some real results whenever it can be, as soon as possible, so that way the East Side residents don't have to be saddled with that school, which I think has just recently passed the 100-year mark. So the Purdue School's been standing for 100 years. It was the first middle school or junior high in the city, but it has been vacant for a number of years, and there was arson, there was fire within the last year and a half or year, obviously blight and windows broken out and people getting trespassing, dumping happening. It's not good for the neighborhood, and they deserve better. Any further discussion on the special presentation? We'll revisit the item in terms of when we schedule the public hearings next. But thank you very much for helping answer council's questions on this new prospect. All right, that concludes the special presentation. We are at subcommittee reports. Each month, we provide a snapshot on what the different 7 subcommittees of City Council are working on in the issue areas. The first up is Communications, Engagement, and Operations. Subcommittee Chair Goodman.
Yes, good evening, everyone. So the Subcommittee for Communications did not meet last month because of the Thanksgiving holiday. However, I do have report backs from the subcommittee in its multiple parts. So people are aware that the vote we finalized a while back, we finalized a 3-year contract for design, print, and mailing of the community newsletter. And that will be going, that is being printed out and mailed to home and businesses this week. There are interviews currently happening to fill the event coordinator position that has been vacant since its creation. There has been, we've initiated translation services for documents for Planning and Building Division, which is massively important for our city. And we've begun putting out promotional information for multiple town halls, including small business technical assistance and tenant rights, along with the programming for youth recreation. Cable has met with some sound planning contractors to conduct a deep dive on updating what it is in this council chambers to alleviate some of the problems at home, such as when the sound drops out in the live stream feed. New Wi-Fi has been installed in City Hall with a working guest network. And then the phase 2 for the 5th District Courts updates and refresh has started as well. That's all I have.
Thank you. For the Economic Development, Housing, and Planning Subcommittee, I'm the subcommittee chair there. Want to give the council and the community an update on the items that the Planning Commission has been considering within the last 2 months, many of them which will come to City Council in the coming weeks and months. The first is a rezoning request that came in. This is located in District 6 at 148 East Howard. So it's at Perry and East Howard, the southwest corner. It had been a barber shop. The barber shop had a fire, and so that, that private business was impacted. It had been grandfathered in because it had been a laundromat and then a barber shop for decades, for generations, but the fire meant that it was no longer being used, at least for a little while, so it lost its grandfathered zoning. So what the applicant had proposed is that the site, they want to rebuild, and we're grateful that it's a Pontiac business and a Pontiac resident wants to rebuild new construction with the insurance proceeds, but would need the zoning updated. And so Mr. Stevenson is asking that it go from R2, which is 2 family dwelling, to C1 local business. And then there's 2 vacant grass lots across Howard that have been used for parking in the past for probably generations, but is just zoned as residential. So what's been the request that he submitted is that it becomes P1 parking. So that way it would not be able to be redeveloped, it would be limited just to parking. So that is the rezoning that'll come before us in the coming weeks. And that'll require multiple readings, of course. Also is a zoning text amendment, minimum lot width reduction. Right now, it's required that a lot be 60 feet wide if you want to build new on it. And that boxes out a lot of our traditional lots in terms of how wide they are. It was changed in the 1990s, and it did not result in a lot of new home construction. So staff is recommending that it be returned to the 40-foot minimum lot width requirement, so that way it can lead to new home construction on some of our older lots. So again, that would be an amendment that would require multiple hearings. Also, similarly, an amendment that would require multiple hearings here at readings at City Council is boosting the requirement for public notice. So let's say there's a rezoning or some other action, zoning board of appeals decision. Right now, the state law, and we map the state law, the minimum is that 300 feet. If you own property within 300 feet of something that's proposed to be rezoned, you'll get a mailed notice. And what's proposed is that we expand that further. We want to make sure more people in neighborhoods or property owners and business quarters, they know what the changes are proposed or requested before it happens. So it would require that the mailings be sent out to people that have property within 500 feet, so going higher than the state minimum, and also that signage be posted of like something like 3 by 8 feet, something larger, like you'd see a big for sale sign on a larger empty land, to say that there's a public notice, there's a public hearing coming, a rezoning has been requested. So that'll come before City Council soon. A site plan has come for an informational meeting before it's really all details worked out. They're coming for an initial preliminary info session to the community for a new facility in District 4. And this is on Richard Avenue, but it would enter off of Telegraph Road near the former Hawthorne School land. That there's land that used to be a switching station for the rail yard, the rail line that runs north there. And so this company called Troy Laser and Fabrication, they do like cutting of metal, et cetera, that they're the ones that did the Shinola clocks in downtown Detroit. They started in Troy, and then I think they're in Warren now. They need a bigger space, and they want to move all of their facilities to Pontiac. It's already zoned manufacturing because it was a rail line, a rail area, but they need to get their site plans in order to make sure it's appropriate for what's allowed with our city's ordinances. So as that works its way through the system, I'll keep council and the community updated. A continuing issue, shouldn't say issue, but project, is that in District 1, Lighthouse is expanding and investing millions to build out their campus, adding a social supermarket and some other services. And so this was an informational session of their early initial site plan review plans. Also informational session of potential rezoning requests in District 7 behind Emerson Avenue, where the old rail line ran. It's in between Harrington Hills and District 5, and that neighborhood in Emerson, Cameron, Kenilworth in District 7. It used to be a long strip that was a parking lot for the Silverdome. So people, for generations, they would park there for revenue, for the big crowds that would come for the Silverdome. Silverdome's gone, parking lot's gone, but that long strip of land is there, and the zoning needs to be addressed somehow. Because it's zoned right now for parking, and it doesn't make sense to have this massive, from Featherstone to University, there's a long, long strip. So that formal rezoning request hasn't come in yet, but that informational session was happened. And then also, a site plan review was held, I believe it was right to say an informational session, but for M1 Concourse, located at South Boulevard and Woodward Avenue, there is the final phase that they would like to pursue. It's that triangle closest to the corner just north of McDonald's. And what they're proposing is a new event center, so sort of like activities, more like family activities and event center with a cart track, but it would be electric cars, which would be of not terrible noise. But that's, there'll be a public hearing, I believe, or that will be held at the January meeting There'll be more information at the January Planning Commission meeting on that and many others. So those are the items that have come before the Planning Commission in the last 2 months. The next Planning Commission meeting is Wednesday, January 10th at 6 p.m. The community is, of course, invited to attend. Sorry for going a little long, but wanted to make sure council knew about those big items that have just come through the Planning Commission. Now we are at Facilities and Property. Subcommittee Chair Rutherford.
Thank you. So these are the things that we've been discussing for the last 2 months. The Public Work Facility Search Still Status, the Youth Recreation Center Next Steps, the Senior Center Improvement Status, what's going on there, the University Drive Facility Demolition Cleanup, the Purdue, which they discussed earlier, City Hall current and future facility needs, facility relating staffing capacity needs, getting more staff, Sheriff Substation, facility work status, and other business deemed necessary. Our next meeting will be December the 29th at 3 p.m. And the other thing that will be on the agenda is continuing to get extra staff for our cleanup crews in our community. And that is my report.
Thank you very much. The next subcommittee, Finance and Personnel, Subcommittee Chair Nicholson.
Our Finance and Personnel Committee meets the second Thursday of every month. Our council meeting last month falls on Tuesdays when we give, the second Tuesdays when we give our subcommittee reports. Because it was moved to the next week, we gave a report for the last 2 months. So I have nothing new or interesting to report, but to welcome some members of our HR department are here in the audience. Thank you for coming to participate. We do have a meeting day after tomorrow, this Thursday, 2 p.m. in that conference room right there, where we'll go through the finance reports. We'll go through updates from the personnel department, and a lot of times we do hear from updates that impact finances from the grants and philanthropy department.
Okay, thank you, sir. Subcommittee Chair for Law and the Courts, Chair Parker.
Thank you, Brother President. The Law and Courts Subcommittee met November 27th at 4 p.m. The first person who presented was Attorney Richard Taylor from the Michigan Indigent Defense Department. Thank you. And he basically shared with us, if you recall, the last meeting, they was trying to switch it to a $120 per hour workload, and some of the attorneys was not buying into all of that, so they switched that up to where they're trying to make sure that the current caseload is at a maximum of 400 per attorney per year, with the hopes that the overall view of the MIDC office would be helpful to the clients and making sure that they are not being overlooked and that their needs are being served in the community. The budget was approved, they are fully staffed, and they are doing well in this new process. Mr. Jack McIntyre came and presented from the Code Enforcement Department. And so code enforcement since January 2023 is 18,069. The rental inspections totaling an amount of 6,941. Grass violations totaling an amount of 1,934. We also found out from the Code Enforcement Department that there was 823 district court tickets that was issued, and they're working on a system where the electronic ticketing system will connect with the Clemens system that is operated through the state police, so they can get a better record more quicker in that regard. Updates from the district court was that they still have a few staffing shortages. They're in need of a chief probation officer and 4 clerks. They may be adding an administrative person soon. We got an update from Mr. Mueller in regards to the HVAC issues, which are being worked on, because when we originally went down this road, it was like about $80,000. Now they're talking about 1.5 mil, and so we're trying to find out how that jumped that high in a short period of time we're talking about. So those issues are being looked at. We got an initial update from Judith Cox in the mental health portion that, you know, we passed a resolution in regards to health mindfulness, and she wanted to do a presentation, which I think she was scheduled for this Tuesday, but she canceled due to other issues. There was no new business. There was no future considerations. There was no public comments, and we adjourned at 5:19 p.m.
Thank you, sir. Parks, Recreation, Public Works Subcommittee, Chair James.
Okay, the Parks, Recreation, and Public Works Subcommittee met this Monday, December the 11th. The grants report is that the City of Pontiac has selected the LAP Group, Landscape Architect and Planners Group as the design firm for the mini and neighborhood park design plans. That firm will start work on those plans immediately, and there will be public engagement and community sessions to get public input for those plans. The Parks report is now that we have a new and improved softball field at Bodette Park, the Parks manager is also planning to start softball and adult kickball leagues. Those are being planned for 2024, and there will be more information about that being posted on the city's website. So if you're interested in joining a league, please keep up with that website. Snow, he is also planning a snow sculpture contest. That is being planned and for community residents. So if we get a big snow, you'll have the opportunity to participate in that contest, and there will be more information about that, again, posted on the website. The park deficit, the city of Pontiac, as you know, is our deficit has been resolved, but it still has all of the paperwork for that has to be completed through the state DNR, and the update on that is that we are at the last stage of being able to get that totally resolved. The DNR has have an auditor now that is planning to come out and audit Murphy Park. You know, that's the property that we are proposing to be able to close this deficit out. They have to audit that property and ensure that that property meets whatever recreational requirements that it would have to meet, and we're all confident that it will. So we're at the last phase of it, and hopefully within the next few months, this will be behind us. Also for recreation, tomorrow night there will be the Pizza with Santa here at City Hall from 5 to 7. So if you have youngsters, please bring them out to enjoy some time with Santa. Under Public Works, the engineering report, and I just want to read a couple of those that were sent in. We're going to talk about the Huron pedestrian safety islands later on tonight. The Franklin Road construction is nearing completion. The stripping was scheduled to occur on Saturday. Not sure whether that was done or not, but it was scheduled to be completed on Saturday. And there will be some additional work that will be done in the spring, but for the most part, the Franklin Road construction has been complete. The Gulf and Bagley construction bids were received in October. The MDOT requested a review of the bid items in November, and that work was completed, and MDOT is ready now to award that project. Martin Luther King and South Boulevard to Elm and M59 to Perry, plans are being finalized. A few easements are required in order to make the sidewalks ADA compliant, and we are working on trying to get those soon. We anticipate a March setting for this project with construction starting in late spring. And that's it for the engineering report. Public Works reported that they are currently located in the Joslin Fire Station and utilizing portions of the Bostic property. As you know, that they are still looking for a permanent home. Also, Pontiac has a grant to upgrade the city metal poles to LED. But we wanted to clarify that that grant is only going to be used for lighting that is on city streets, so it would not affect streets that are considered county or MDOT. It would only affect city streets, and it would only be that lighting that has not been converted to LED. With that, our next meeting will be on Monday, January the 22nd. We had 2 public comments for this previous meeting on the 11th, and we adjourned at 1:48. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Public Safety, Health, and Wellness, Subcommittee Chair Carrington.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Public Safety, Health, and Wellness has not met since our last meeting. But our meeting is this Thursday, December the 14th at 4:30 p.m. in Council Conference Room. So please, it's free to the public to join us. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes subcommittee reports. Are there any requests by elected officials currently serving the community to speak? What's that? Are you recognizing elected officials? Yes.
Good evening, Council, Deputy Mayor, Mr. Doyle, public. My name is Beatrice Wright. I am an elected official. I am a precinct delegate, and I take my job very seriously. When I was elected, I rode the community and introduced myself to people in that precinct, in my precinct. I want to say this. I want us as voters not to be so complacent that we think that a party that is in disarray, in chaos, led by individuals who feel themselves above the law, cannot win the next presidential election. And they certainly can. We, as law-abiding citizens, must continue to encourage non-voters, and especially our young people, to exercise their right and privilege to vote and to be effective citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council. As a precinct delegate for the whole state of Michigan, I would like to thank you all for doing the work that y'all been doing here diligent. Recognizing the precinct delegates has been on the grounds for many years, and we have not been appreciated. And I want to thank this first, which is in Pontiac, for recognizing us. We work hard with no pay, no nothing. And we do it because we care about our community. And I want to give thanks to this organization right here, the City of Pontiac. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other requests for address by elected officials? Hearing no further requests, we are now at agenda address, an opportunity for citizens to weigh in on items before City Council tackles them on that evening's agenda. Pro Tem Carrington, who's the first requester?
Beatrice Wright.
Thank you again. I wrote this statement down. Much like nature abhors a void, if you've ever had a plot of land in your yard, or just a little space, it won't stay a little space. Something will take up that space. And, you know, human nature kind of abhors a void too, but human nature will seek a void for its own benefit oftentimes. And I want the council to be diligent as you look at Project Lift. When I was a vocational counselor for most of my career. I worked at what Mr. Goodman called the Northeast, well, he called it Oakland Technical Center. I worked there as the Northeast Oakland Vocational Center for 10 years. When I looked at Project Lift, I saw not one instructor that had safety glasses on, for instance. I don't know what Project Lift is about, but I'm going to do my research on Project Lift. And that's why I said that statement, too. I want to know what the longitudinal studies show as it relates to young people they say they've trained. I want to see the number of skilled trades people that have come out of that program. It seems like it is a social service program as much as it is a training program. And Carlton, I hope that you will do that as well. And I want to say that I want to know what the administrative pay is for individuals that run Project Lift. And Florida is not Michigan. Florida has voids in what their citizens pay for taxes. Disneyland is probably their biggest taxing or taxed organization. But I just want us to be diligent and understand we have the Oakland Technical Center, and we have Oakland Community College that has wonderful vocational programs. I was an adjunct counselor there as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Mr. Carlton Jones?
Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Beatrice. Now, I hadn't talked to Beatrice at all, I'm gonna tell you guys, but she is right on. And let me tell you guys now, I know every council person here knows this. TDC is a workforce development component that we've been talking about waiting, putting off for a long time. So we can get all excited about we want a nice workforce development. Don't act like that's something new. We know that is needed. But anybody that comes to this city and don't respect what not just Carlton, TDC is a whole lot of local people around here been trying to push workforce development to the city for 4 years. If the city got some property, if we get that property and we can develop, we could develop a center for it. I'm not knocking it. It's just that we don't want to take care of our own. I don't know why we don't see value in us. Now, I have to say this. We got to dig into where that lie came from because I have not talked to anybody about that project. I'm just going to say blatantly. I happened to go into the agenda today and I happened to see it. So if we've got our city people presenting something and somebody told them something different than really happened, how much validity can you put to what they told you? How much validity? Nobody else come and make presentations for another company. Why are we making presentations and asking them about another company? Why we do that? Why we allow that to happen? It's a process. Now, I know we got to go through public hearings and everything, but council, you got to hold some accountability if they're going to bring things to you like this and you get excited about it, but is there some accountability to it? Yeah, we got 2 minutes up here for all these agenda items. I just want to say we need to look real close on what she just said about Florida. Anybody who know about Florida? That's a total different element. They have no respect for unions. They low wage paying folks. And so if we're going to get excited about somebody coming from outside and we've been working hard as a community, come on, we got to wake up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Dr. Deirdre Waterman.
Good evening. Pastor Parker, yes, there was an appraisal of the Kennett Road landfill was done about, I want to say 8 years ago. It was more than $500,000. All right, so Economic Development Department should have that, should be able to look that up. Yes, there should be a pro forma for any group that comes in and wants to buy property and has a development plan. So I hope when we have the public hearing, we'll have that information available to us because that's what the nitty gritty is of these things we want to know about. I see also on the agenda there's another closed session. And once again, it does not list which of the items in the Open Meetings Act that requires it to be a closed session. Mostly, you put down when you have a closed session. This has been ever since I've been coming to council meetings. You put down the category of activity that requires it to be a closed session, such as regarding the sale of land, it's about litigation. Sometimes you don't, most of the time you put it down, but you don't want us to know what you're talking about. You don't put it down, and I just bring it to your attention that once again, there's nothing that says which category under the Open Meetings Act is allowed to have a closed session. Without that being a criteria, then it's just a secret meeting. So that's what people are concerned about. I don't have time to talk about the medical marijuana on the agenda. Some of these things, I put the questions on the Spirit of Pontiac Facebook page that I've been telling you about. It's a Facebook group. Anybody can participate, so I'll do some updates on that. I have an update about the Viva merger and the additional payments to the retirees, which is still on hold, but I'll have some information about that in closed session. And the ladies from the Huron, about the Huron project are here from MDOT. I want to know, when we conducted a poll, and look, nobody seemed to want this in Pontiac, but yet they said it was the Huron Advisory Group or the Huron Main Street Group that they got their information from. Who are they? Who appointed them? And how do they have the authority to decide what happens in Pontiac?
Thank you, Ms. Waterman. Mr. Chuck Johnson.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, those of you here in the audience, and those of you at home watching by television. I want to speak on subcommittee reports, and number 7 on that report. I happened to be at that meeting, and I was very pleased as to the chair, Councilwoman James, presented. Now, I talked about, I made reference to, for an example, that sign on that board up there, it says, "Welcome to Pontiac, establish X, Y, and Z," and a name underneath. That is a very deplorable sign as we see it today. That sign needs to be updated. It needs to be straightened up or get something new and different as you see it going into other communities southward on Woodward Avenue. That stigma is what's stymieing the city of Pontiac. It looks like hell, and we need to do something about it. Also, in that same meeting, I heard the manager or the engineer in the DPW. He talked about how ready he was, or his department was, for snow removal, how he had all this, that, and the other equipment. But he also said he didn't have all the manpower he needs. But yet, you guys all sitting up there know that they fired the very best city-based Pontiac citizen that has all the knowledge that they need. Why don't you guys say to that director down there, since it's changed, because the guy who called all those punches against the individual I'm referencing, Eric Brim, throw that in the garbage can and get this man back on our payroll where he can help through our DPW department and do the things that he's experiencing doing, and so on and so forth. But I know you guys can see the administration and straighten this all out. Dep, I know you can straighten it out because I understand that you was the man who caused this firing. But that ain't right. You need to bring this man back on board. He's one of us. He has the experience. He has the knowledge. And our snow removal program and winter activities, here's the guy that can handle it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Darlene Clark.
Good afternoon. I'm talking about the Project Pontiac Live. My concern is so many of them with this being done. I looked on Google, and Google states that it says Pontiac Live, Project Live Pontiac, which give the impression that it's already been approved, which is kind of questionable. Also, in Florida, they also do not have Pontiac Live on there. They have, and they don't have Florida Live either. They just have Project Live. With all that being said, there's so many unanswered questions as to how much involvement, since minors are involved in this, will the Board of Education be involved in it? And why bring it to a community that does not want it at the Neovax and the only school that we have in the city of Pontiac if it's for kids of all ages? Also, how much is Oakland County willing to pay toward this Project Live? And what is the revenue that they're going to get back to the city of Pontiac other than just hiring kids? I mean, our kids are our main concern, but educating these kids are also to get our schools filled up with educational program, which this is what they're trying to lead you to believe. But it also, but mainly, it states that it's an already done deal. It looks like a duck, quack like a duck, and on Google, it's written as a duck, Pontiac Project Lift.
Thank you. Ms. Gloria Miller.
Good evening, Pontiac. Again, Carlton, you're here in the city. You've been coming down for almost 2 years now, TDC. In your face, they bring someone else here instead of hiring our own. That's what this council does. They don't handle the people here. They go out to get someone. And, you know, Councilman Goodman, I went to Neovac. I did hair for 17 years under Neovac. I was the second student to graduate under NeoVec. That's how old I am. God is good. That's what I kind of say. And it can do great things, which brings me to the question, why don't we expand what we got? Why are we bringing someone in new in? See, I'm about taking care of home. And each one of you should think about that as well. All these new people coming in, developing. But I ain't seen nobody from Pontiac get a job or develop anything. I see a lot of political favors because I know a lot of them on campaigns. Now, you know, that's what I do. I call it like I see it. I also want to discuss the M59 issue. And you know, I know MDOT is very arrogant when they want to be, because actually that project is already done. Everybody in the city of Pontiac, when MDOT said they're going to do something, it's done, because we don't have no authority. Is that correct, Mr. McGinnis? That is not our street, correct? You can answer me later. And if you don't, it is not our street, Pontiac. MDOT going to do what they want to do. Now, the question is, who brought it to their attention? I agree with you, Mayor. Who gave them authority to tell us what to do? I go down 59. It's a nightmare. Who would turn those lanes into a lane for something else? Now, it's kind of coincidental that Mr. Coleman Youngkin places on 59, that corridor, and he had talked about a school, and maybe he wanted to use it as like a parking lane. That's what I'm here. I keep telling you guys, I'm in the politics. I'm in there. I know what's going on. Political favors. No. You mess with M59, the traffic in the city will be horrible. Not to mention all the streets that you already got torn up and haven't finished over there.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. That concludes agenda address, President McGinnis.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, number 9, is there a motion for adoption of an emergency ordinance declaring a moratorium on the, you don't want to move that, on the issuance of adult use marijuana permits.
Moved
and
by Carrington.
Suspending ordinances number 2406 and number 2407. So Pro Tem Carrington moves it. Is there a second?
Support.
Moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Goodman. We'll give the floor to Clerk Doyle if you want to introduce it, and then we can hand it off to Attorney Trujillo-Cock.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is an ordinance just to have a moratorium, as was mentioned, I think, last week or the week before. Ordinance 2406, which was the first ordinance that this council adopted on April 4th, 2023 is in effect, but on the February 27th ballot, there will be amendments to ordinance 2406, which is 2424. So before we actually begin accepting applications and not knowing if 2424 will be adopted, we feel that a moratorium needs to be established so that no applications can be taken until after the February 27th primary election has been certified.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Attorney, any further context that you want City Council to be aware of?
The only thing I'd say is that really the purpose of the moratorium is to avoid chaos and create unnecessary administrative burden and legal risk for the clerk. If applications get accepted under one scheme and then the scheme later gets changed, it's going to create havoc, and once those applications are submitted, it puts statutory duties on the clerk. And so the moratorium is to just maintain the status quo until we know the results of the referendum.
Thank you. Any questions for the attorney or clerk? Hearing no further discussion, it's adoption of an emergency ordinance declaring a moratorium on the issuance of adult use marijuana permits and suspending ordinances number 2406 and 2407. This is the resolution is posted in the packet, but here's what the action. It is hereby ordained that the city shall suspend implementation of ordinances number 2406 and number 2407 effective immediately under authority of City Charter Section 3.112, subsection E, allowing time for the city to ascertain the results of the voter's decision to either adopt or reject the ballot question, and further ordained that this moratorium shall terminate upon certification of the February 27th, 2024 election results. Any further clarity or discussion needed? Hearing nothing further, speakers list is exhausted. Roll call and adoption of the motion. Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis?
Yes.
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 All right, that motion carries. We are now, and so the emergency ordinance declaring the moratorium has been adopted. We are now at number 10 on the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to support the Michigan Department of Transportation creation of 4 road islands along the M59 corridor? Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilwoman James. It can now be before us. For discussion, we give the floor to Deputy Mayor Stevens for context.
Thank you, Council President. I do believe that we have representatives from MDOT here tonight. This is the first of two resolutions that we are putting in front of City Council tonight. This one is specific to pedestrian crossing on M59, and the one just after it will be specific to a lane repurposing on M59. But I believe for the purposes of the presentation that they have been combined as one offering.
Correct.
Yes. So I just suggest that you may want to let them go through the entire presentation, handle item 10, and then handle item 11.
That makes sense. So with that, thank you very much for being here this evening. You have the floor.
Well, thank you all. I'm Kim Colburn with the Michigan Department of Transportation, here with my colleagues Emily Schneider and Kajal Patel to discuss this M59 safety project. Just going to give you a little background, a slight recap. We gave this full presentation on the project to City Council back in September of this year. Then we held a public meeting in November, and tonight we're here asking the city to pass a resolution supporting the repurposing of the outermost westbound M59 through lane into a right turn lane. Then the project would continue on in design in 2024 and planned for construction in 2025. Here is an aerial view of the project limits. You can see on the eastern boundary, down at the bottom right, there is where the third lane of westbound M59 begins at Woodward Loop. And then the western boundary is up on the top left, and that is where that third lane drops at Telegraph. You're forced to make a right turn onto northbound Telegraph currently. There's also 4 pedestrian refuge islands within those limits, and the 3 westernmost islands will be fully marked and signed pedestrian crosswalks. So then the westbound M59 right turn lane will be marked as shown with a solid white line, and it will turn into right turn lanes at all of the side streets. Where there's no side streets or driveways, it will be cross-hatched out, and there will be periodic curbed island bump outs, I guess you'd call them, and to further discourage drivers from using that as a through lane. So to give you a little background on how we got to this project, MDOT and the Federal Highway Administration have adopted a towards zero death strategy. So as part of that initiative, MDOT routinely evaluates our corridors for traffic and safety issues. And this stretch of M59 was selected for a road safety audit where mid-block pedestrian crossings and lane repurposing to get a balanced roadway, which means 2 eastbound lanes and 2 westbound lanes of through traffic, were recommended to reduce crashes. Then a traffic safety analysis was also completed, and it showed minimal delays on westbound M59 after that lane repurposing. So then additionally, we just wanted to provide some more insight on this similar project that we completed in the city of Pontiac in 2019. It was brought up frequently at our public meeting. The mid-block pedestrian crossings were installed on Telegraph Road just south of Huron Street. And this crash data shows that The pedestrian islands on Telegraph are having the intended effect of reducing the crashes. As you can see on there, in the 3 years before installation, we had 212 total crashes. 3 years after installation, it was reduced to 146 total crashes. Again, with 13 pedestrian or bicycles down to only 3. So we can expect to see this same kind of result on the M59 corridor. And with that, we appreciate your time tonight, and we're happy to answer any questions that you do have.
A side note, so do you work out at the Vanguard Drive location, or?
Yes.
All right, cool. Thanks for
We do.
being Pontiac neighbors.
Yep.
Councilman Nicholson and Councilman Rutherford.
How did the COVID, how did COVID impact some of these numbers, and how did we consider that with less
For the
drivers
crash
on the
data you're
street?
talking?
Yep.
Yeah, so for the crash data, we actually saw, though there was a decrease in traffic volumes, there was actually an increase in crashes and a noted increase statewide of pedestrian fatalities. So that's why we see the Telegraph data is even more striking, because statewide, pedestrian crashes went up. On that Telegraph corridor, they actually went down.
In your opinion, do you think that those pedestrian islands on Telegraph are appealing? Would you want those in your neighborhood?
I would not mind having those in my neighborhood. They have had the intended effect of calming traffic and making
Do you
pedestrians
think they are
safer.
visually appealing was my question.
I didn't hear you say visually.
Yeah.
I do not have a problem with them personally.
Okay, because when I first was contacted and had some conversations, the feedback that I got as to why they weren't landscaped or more appealing was that our former, and with the previous administration, our former engineer, who is now with MDOT, said that we couldn't keep up with mowing the grass.
I do not recall that particular statement, so I
Okay.
can't speak to that specifically.
Okay.
Not to,
During that conversation, the follow-up, because they understood the mayor and my concern with that statement, we were told during the design phase, they would try to work in, instead of being just this high concrete with yellow poles sticking out of them, that they would look at ornamental grasses, things that weren't going to be too difficult. We told them, don't worry about it. We cut grass now. Is that, I know I see the timeline, and for me, which I can tell you, representing this entire, both of these corridors, I have engineers, I have people that live on every side of that street, I have renters, I have pedestrians at those meetings, and I didn't have one piece of feedback to support this.
Okay.
And I understand the numbers, and I am all for saving lives and making things more comfortable. I'm curious, in the project design, is any of our feedback, because I'm seeing in any of this that none of the feedback from the residents at my meeting was considered, will any of our feedback be considered in the project design phase?
something like landscaping certainly can still be addressed. This design is not completely done. What you're seeing is the design as it stands today, but as you noticed, design is continuing through all of 2024. Something like landscaping is a pretty easy thing that can be changed later on. So that is certainly still up for discussion.
And I have one more question,
Can
President.
I add to what Emily just mentioned about landscaping? We also have to be aware of the height of those landscaping elements because they could cause safety,
I
possible
just want
safety.
grass. I just want grass. I don't want a big hunk of to me, I have many problems, and I've addressed them many times. I just don't want what Telegraph has. This is my neighborhood. This is where I spend 100% of my day. I don't think that they're appealing on Telegraph. I think that it further cheapens a corridor that I'm already desperately trying to get rid of signs and debris and picking up garbage loads of trash on, and it just looks like more trash. So I'm glad that people can find refuge there. I don't think this is the ultimate answer. I think lighting is the number one answer, and I think that what has helped on Telegraph has been the crosswalks with that actually control traffic and stop traffic. I think that I don't think these had too much effect, but you guys know more than I do about that. My last question, though, just to let my colleagues ask questions, is the Is the center island, the pedestrian crossing that Coleman Yoakum is planning on paying for, included in this? Okay, so the answer is there's not actually 5, there's 6.
So you're talking about the one at the Webster Community Center?
Correct.
That is not included as part of this project because that is being paid for by the developer and installed under
Okay, so
permit.
colleagues understand that this is not, that we're missing yet another one. So if we're thinking about how this is going to, how it's going to impact approaches from neighborhoods, also note on the north side of Huron, many of those streets are one-way, especially the one I'm most concerned of is Waldo and Dakota, because you've got, we have a tremendous amount of issues there with people coming and going from that entrance and exit point of the neighborhoods. I don't know. I think with the feedback from my residents, my answer is going to be no tonight. I don't think that we've been considered more thoughtfully in this project.
Okay. I would like to speak a little bit to that. The concrete design that we used on Telegraph was sort of a new thing we were trying. We're going back to a more traditional design for this corridor that would be a little more amenable to landscaping. So that's also why I can say if that's something that's very important, we can still talk about that in design. That part is not set in stone. That's not a done deal. That's very much up for discussion still. You talk a lot about the left turns you're concerned about. These are the locations we are proposing today. We did this with much consideration for where the left turns would happen. All that said, we are still in design. We have already made some changes based on feedback. We heard a lot of concerns about the post office driveway. We did adjust the island there to continue to allow for the left turns at the post office. So if you're seeing isolated areas where you still have concerns about the left turns, the exact locations can be adjusted. That is all still ongoing during design. This is conceptual as of today.
Yeah, I don't know that I can support a concept, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilman Rutherford.
So you guys keep stating that it's room for discussion, but I've learned, history teaches us that it needs to be put in writing. So is there a way, if we supported this, that everything that you're saying, the landscaping, things of that nature, will be put in writing? Because the previous council was told something similar about the bike lanes, and then that didn't work out for them. So I'm trying to learn from history. So what can you guarantee about the landscaping? What can you guarantee about the community feedback? Because this is his district, but Huron runs through my district as well. And so I need to have something in writing to make me feel satisfied, to make me want to vote for this. So what can you give me?
We can
discuss in writing.
I don't have a problem putting anything in writing that we're ready to go forward with. We don't necessarily have that for you at this exact second, but once we're committed to doing something, I have no problem putting that in writing for you.
So landscaping, yeah, we can put something in writing for landscaping. And for community feedback, you're talking about, are you talking about feedback that you get?
What I'm referring to, ma'am, so that you understand, is that my colleague has had great concerns, and there's been nothing in writing. Nothing from the community aspect, nothing from what you talked about. Nothing is guaranteeing that the community has a buy-in to this. So my reservation is, if it ain't in writing, I don't believe it. I just don't. I don't believe, I hear what you're saying, but my mama taught me if it ain't in writing, it ain't real. So I need something that says that the landscaping will actually happen. I need it to be very detailed, that you are listening to the community members. Because if it's not, it's just jargon to me, and I'll be voting no along with my colleague at this point. So that's what I want to see.
Okay.
All right, next on the speakers list is Councilwoman James and Councilman Parker, but I do want to read, there are two resolutions, so I guess we'll just keep the conversation going on the presentation, but then we want to start talking about the resolution itself, since the motion is before that, and we can take them both together. But my question is to confirm and clarify. This is a state thoroughfare. This is Michigan 59. We know it lovingly as Huron, but it's Michigan 59. So the State Department of Transportation has jurisdiction, has, is it fair to say, maintenance responsibilities,
Correct.
Pavement repairs, et cetera. So the first resolution is about the islands, and it speaks to whether the city supports the creating of the islands or not. But is it correct that the state makes the determination on the island, yay or nay? Is that real life?
Yes, that's correct.
That's correct.
Okay. And so the next aspect, which will be the next resolution, is about whether there'll be changes to lane action? And is that in the same situation that the Michigan Department of Transportation can do so regardless of the druthers, formal or informal, of the local government, just so that we were all on the same page of you know, we can still, obviously, as a body, on behalf of the residents, speak to express where we stand. But we just want to know sort of the ultimate outcome. Is the concrete cake already baked?
So for lane repurposing, we would like to have resolution from a city council. It's MDOT policy.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for those changes, it's the state's Department of Transportation policy that the local unit of government formally takes action to say, yes, that is an improvement that is welcomed in the city, or no, it is not. And then if it's no, it's not, then that lane action isn't happening. But that isn't the policy of the department for pedestrian refuge stations.
Correct.
Okay, that's helpful to know. Just, if you don't mind, Deputy Mayor might have another answer that we might want to hear, and then I'll continue with the speakers list. Deputy Mayor.
So, thank you, Council President. I just had a follow-up question for the MDOT team. If any piece of this project does not happen, is it tie-barred to anything that we are not discussing tonight? So any funding for other projects, is that tie-barred to this project going forward?
No.
And will the pedestrian refuge islands happen regardless of, is the plan regardless of what happens with lane action, or is the lane action, do they need one another to be viable?
It would be more beneficial to have those two go together, because we are also, the main aim for those islands and bump outs is to reduce exposure for pedestrian to cross. And also it acts as a traffic calming measures for the driver. So it serves multiple purpose, And as Kim mentioned, that it's MDOT and Federal Highway, and it's nationwide strategy towards zero death. And that's one of the strategy that we work towards in identifying locations and what strategies we can apply. So those strategies, mitigation measures work together with bump outs, lane reduction, and pet islands. But they can go separately.
Okay. Councilwoman James, followed by Councilman Parker.
Yes. The landscaping that Councilman Nicholson mentioned about grass, I, with all due respect, I really don't understand with the, just the busyness of those roads, how anyone could get in there to regularly cut grass. That, being on Huron during traffic, when the traffic is heavy, it's almost impossible to be able to get in there and do something like that. So I don't know how practically that could really happen. Though, aesthetically it might be good, but practically somebody would need to explain to me how somebody could get on Huron and do that. Also, I do appreciate the safety, because I can tell you that going to the post office, I don't go to the post office on Huron because it's a nightmare. Getting in that turning lane with traffic coming at you both ways, it's scary. And I can imagine it's not the most friendly place to try and cross the street. Now, I think that the islands would be a good idea, because I think they will help that street, hopefully to slow down traffic a little bit and help it to be a safer place to be able to walk, to drive, all the way around. I favor it, I support it, because I think that from a safety perspective for the whole city. I don't live there, but I live in the city of Pontiac, and I have to drive Huron, and I don't think it's the safest street in our city. I do feel that it would benefit from those islands. Now, the other, the lane repurposing is another story, but I support the islands.
Councilman Parker.
if what I heard, it doesn't really matter what we do. That's what I've heard. It doesn't really matter what we do. I think the safety issue, certainly, I think that certainly that needs to be done, but I drive on Herman a lot, and I do go to the post office over there, so I do know. I have not ever found, if I go at 6:30 in the morning, the street's busy. If I wait till at 9, 10 o'clock at night, the street's busy. I'm trying to figure out how, if you did a traffic study that you said taking out a lane was going to benefit. Doesn't make sense to me, because I've never seen it when it wasn't busy, and it certainly, I think the cross lanes, or what they call them, islands, certainly probably will help people getting across the street, because I've tried to cross the street without getting hit. So I think those probably will at least let people know where you're supposed to be standing, but we know everybody don't stand where you're supposed to be standing. So that's an issue. But at the end of the day, as if what I've heard today says it's an MDOT street, and you guys control the street. So whether we vote yes or whether we vote no, something is going to happen on that street, right?
So the lane repurposing, if
Order
you
in the
all vote
chambers.
no, the lane repurposing will not happen if you all vote no, because that is MDOT policy. We do not change the use for through lanes if the city council does not pass a resolution.
Order in the chambers.
So if you vote no on that part, that will not happen. The pedestrian islands, that could go either way. We could go forward without the resolution, but we are hearing what you all are saying. So if that does not go through, we take that into consideration as we debate whether or not to go forward on this.
Follow-up question then.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
I happen to be in District 5 Perry Street. I sit here in this council when the previous council told about that bike lane. It was supposed to be a trial bike lane, and now it's permanent. And I remember the previous District 5 council person called MDOT and asked that it be removed. And so we still have a bike lane that nobody really uses, because MDOT decided that's what was going to be there. So again, I say, does it really matter what we say this evening? Because it seemed like most of the time, from what I've seen, it doesn't.
I can understand that. None of us three here specifically were here when the Perry project was installed, but I will tell you that part of the reason MDOT instituted this policy of needing the resolution before we do any kind of changes to a through lane is because of issues like Perry Street that have happened here in communities across the state. That is part of the reason we no longer do those sorts of things without a resolution.
And I
just-
do believe there was a past resolution
And-
on Perry Street, though.
And
So,
finally-
yeah, it makes it a little hard to go back when it was approved, I guess.
It was approved for a trial.
For trial.
Order in the chambers. Order in the chambers.
I was there. It was approved for a trial. But say, that being said, and you put a nice little cross lane island on Perry, and I've seen more accidents with that lane there than I did with it not being there. Just for your information.
Have you seen pedestrian crashes there?
I've seen car crashes there, and I don't know if that was because the pedestrian was there or not. I just know if I've seen more accidents there with that there than I have in the entire time I've driven up and down there. And I have to drive up there to get down to this way most of the time.
That one was installed for pedestrian safety. I have not been aware of a pedestrian crash there since it was installed. I'm now going to go look since I'm hearing this, but I have not been made aware that that island has caused any issues up until this moment.
Okay.
Order in the chambers. We're going to get through this.
I'm done.
And then
No,
I
you're
did
good,
want to
you're
go
good.
back to your first question, too. You were talking again about the congestion on Huron Street. I mentioned this at the public meeting, and I'll mention it again. The reason that we're not seeing any changes to the delay when we change the use of that lane is because that outside lane drops at Telegraph already. So a large chunk of the traffic that's using that lane today is intending to turn right when they get to Telegraph. And that particular use is being maintained even if we do this. You will still be able to turn right on Telegraph from that lane. And we think that is the vast majority of the traffic that is there right now. You've got 2 lanes going eastbound. For the most part with traffic, what goes one way must come the other way. The 2 lanes eastbound will be the same operation as if you have 2 lanes westbound. That's what we're showing.
Yeah.
Yes.
But it seems to me, and I don't want to be adversarial, you got 2 lanes going east, you got 3 lanes going west, and yes, you're right, that third lane is, it's eventually is going to turn right, right?
but that's why they get in that lane. But now they're gonna be in another lane so now you're gonna hold up traffic that was due, I know I'm going right, so I don't have to get in the other two lanes. Either way, if you reduce a lane, you increase the travel on the track, you increase the burden of traffic on that road. There is no way it can't increase the burden of traffic on those two lanes.
We have not seen that in our
And so
analysis.
what it will cause is because now, and I guess at some point you're gonna leave a turn lane up by Telegraph, you're gonna back up the far right lane because now I can't get to the lane that's designed to be turned.
Yep.
That's what I see as a driver.
Yep, I understand, and we accounted for that in the model. We've got an extra long turn lane at Telegraph for that reason, to account for all of that, because I do understand what you're talking about.
I don't want to debate it, so I'll just leave it alone.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Councilman Goodman.
So not to influence any of my colleagues' decisions whatsoever, I do want to back up what MDOT is saying in the sense of, if we're discussing pedestrian crashes and the point of trying to protect people who are walking in the city, there kind of comes a situation of, if someone is driving and they crash into a pedestrian island, damaging their car and not damaging a person, that is a success in terms of protecting pedestrians and people who are walking through the city. The other key and important thing, as someone who does walkability and urbanization partially for a living as part of my job, factually, more lanes mean more traffic congestion. Surprisingly, contrary to popular belief, increasing the number of lanes does nothing to reduce the amount of traffic. Actually, it incentivizes more traffic and leads to more congestion. So the discussion of removing a lane in terms of traffic flow, science has shown that in most, if not all cases, that correlation it does not function that way. So removing the lane, while it will make some difference, it is not in the sense of it will dramatically increase traffic. Science has proven otherwise repeatedly on multiple occasions in many cases, whether it be city roads or highways.
So we are at the resolution formally supporting MDOT's creation of 4 road islands in the Telegraph Road and Woodward Loop area. That's just sort of the working title that's on the town. Sounds like there might be at least an appetite for consideration of adding a second resolve. I don't know, read a potential amendment, see if there's any appetite for it. So right now there's, now therefore be it hereby resolved that the city of Pontiac supports MDOT creating 3 refuge island crossings and 1 center turn lane island in the referenced areas in the spring of 2025, subject to the approval of required agreements between the city and MDOT. And possibly what we could add, if there's a motion, is, and further resolve, the city of Pontiac strongly requests the incorporation of landscaping and aesthetic improvements for the Huron corridor with the design and installation of the refuge island crossing. Is there any interest to consider that amendment?
I may ask for one more. In the second whereas, instead of, I mean, it does specifically state the locations. If they're open to any adjustment, or if they're considering or wanting to take public feedback, which I would then reconsider my support, is to maybe even say, add in a word there to say potential, or what I don't know what would be right. Proposed. Yeah.
Okay, so again, we have the resolution before us. Do you want to see if we want to even do this amendment about landscaping? And then
I don't know if we have the wherewithal to take it on the floor now. Could we entertain a motion to postpone for 1 week and come out with a printed, more final copy?
What's the time constraints of the Michigan Department of Transportation? Are you ready to buy bags of concrete tomorrow night, or what's your time frame in terms of the city's opportunity for the delivery?
We have time.
We have time.
I'll make the motion to postpone.
We could do this one first, and then, because because there might be a few
Just
more things
item
they want to
10?
introduce and then postpone the second one.
Okay, okay,
So you'd like to postpone the resolution that we're at right now, number 10, for 1 week?
correct.
Okay, is there a second?
So moved.
Okay, I'm sorry, moved by Nicholson, seconded by Rutherford. The motion is to postpone this resolution supporting creation of the road, islands or refuge island crossings, if you will, along the M59 corridor for 1 week. Any further discussion on the motion to postpone or clarity needed? With that, roll call Clerk Doyle on the motion to postpone for 1 week.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
All right. That motion carries. It'll be before us at next week's agenda. We're now at number 11. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to support the Michigan Department of Transportation on M59 Huron Street lane repurposing? And then we could postpone it after FYI.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Goodman, seconded by Councilman James, so it's before us, so it can be discussed. So this is the accompanying resolution, and this speaks to the lane repurposing on the farthest northern westbound lane, starting at Woodward Loop.
Correct.
And concluding at the turn lane that begins just before Telegraph Road.
Correct.
That is correct. Is there anything else, very briefly, you want to share with the council and the community about what the lane repurposing sort of would encompass? Sounds like we've addressed what the pedestrian refuge islands are, and so is there anything else? I just didn't want to cut you short, so you can give us, the community, the scoop as we further contemplate it in the days to come, since the writing's on the wall, that will be postponed for another week as well.
I don't have anything else. Do either of you? No.
Any questions of clarity needed about
I just
what's
have one
proposed for?
question.
Yes, Councilman Nichols.
Would this lane repurpose, I know there's a proposed smart location at the Webster School building. Would this then accommodate buses that would be pulling up in front of the building to, okay,
Yeah, they would be allowed to pull into that lane, yes.
excellent, thank you.
Further discussion on that item? All right, here, oh, I'm sorry, Councilwoman James.
Could you just go over again, what is the safety aspect of this proposal for residents?
For the lane repurposing?
Yes.
Yes. So that will serve as traffic calming. That way, we've heard a lot about issues of speeding through Huron. This will help kind of reduce some of that speeding behavior that we're seeing out there right now. It also helps with the pedestrians because it's one less lane of traffic for them to cross, less likelihood for them to be hit since they're only crossing 2 lanes of traffic instead of 3. So it's kind of a dual purpose. It's both slowing the traffic down, making them more aware that there are pedestrians in the area, and also giving less roadway for the pedestrians to be in danger.
2 final notes I want to make the community aware of, or just pontificate. One is that M59 inside the Woodward Loop is scheduled to be redone and done when the Woodward Loop reconfiguration is happening in future years as well. So I want to make sure the community is aware that that timing was aligned intentionally so that improvements along M59 in our downtown can happen simultaneously with all the other moving parts. I live on M59 on the east, well, not on, let me be real. I live on a side street off of M59, just east of the Woodward Loop. And essentially, in part because of the way in which drivers use the thoroughfare, but also we are living in the hell that the state of Michigan, for those before you, been creating for generations. It was about moving vehicles, moving products as fast as possible around or through Pontiac. And so that's what drivers have been doing. It's 50 miles an hour in parts of Waterford and White Lake and beyond, and people are going faster than that. And so as they get to that 45 miles an hour between Elizabeth Lake and Voorhees, they're still going super fast. Between Voorhees and Telegraph, they're still going crazy fast, even though it's 35 miles an hour. And many drivers throughout Pontiac, and this is not limited to Pontiac residents, are going very fast in all parts of M59, regardless of this posted speed limit. And that's definitely true If there was if there was light traffic, the speeds would be very high through the downtown if they could get away with it. And so it's the nature of what we're dealing with. So many of our neighborhoods and business corridors have been hamstrung with this freeway, and I appreciate that you were trying to sort of rectify or undo some of the worst, most dangerous parts of that reality. But the state of Michigan has been conditioning people for generations that this is the way it's to be used. And so I can say with first-person perspective, many westbound travelers on that top lane, they're looking just to go fast. And they're looking to either go around or get around. And of course, there are certainly some people, shame on me, I didn't even turn my own microphone on, that I won't repeat it, but we recognize that this is the reality that you didn't plop on our laps and we didn't create. This is, this is ingrained, unfortunately, with this thoroughfare. So we always want to be very thoughtful and intentional and methodical about how can we make it safer, work better for residents. And I'm really grateful that you're trying. But we want to make sure we are the subject matter experts. We are literally on the ground. We're the ones that try and cross or speed through or cut around. So we've been, some of us live in it for decades, some of us for a handful of years that we've got firsthand perspective. So we're going to keep offering that firsthand perspective. So sounds like there's an appetite to postpone for 1 week, correct?
The second one?
We're at the second resolution.
I don't see a reason on this one.
Okay, so you want to, sounds like the council doesn't want to further deliberate on it. They have a good sense of what it would do and the pros and cons of it. Any final clarification needed on the resolution number 11, resolution to support the Michigan Department of Transportation, MDOT, on M59 Huron Street lane repurposing? If there's no further discussion, I'll just recap the action items in the resolution. It's that, well, it's so short, I'll read the whole thing. Whereas the Michigan Department of Transportation has performed a road safety audit dated June 21st, 2022, along the M59 Huron Street corridor from Telegraph Road to Woodward Loop in an attempt to evaluate potential options to create a safer and more pedestrian-friendly environment for the motoring and general public. The outermost westbound Huron Street through lane will be repurposed into a right turn only lane between Telegraph Road and Woodward Loop. Now therefore be it hereby resolved that the City of Pontiac supports the Huron Street westbound lane repurposing and specifically supports the modifications be made with this project to be constructed by MDOT in the spring of 2025, subject to the approval of the required agreements between the city and MDOT. Is everyone clear on what's before us, and is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the resolution. Clerk Doyle.
Rutherford.
Can you put back to me?
It's a pass.
It's a pass.
Carrington.
No.
Goodman.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
McGinnis.
No.
Nicholson.
No.
Parker.
No.
Rutherford.
No.
2 yeas, 5 nays.
That resolution fails, but not because we don't like you. Thank you very much for being here this evening.
Thank you for listening to
And
us.
if
We
you'd like
appreciate
to,
it.
and if your time allows, all or some of you, you're welcome to continue the conversation. But I think we might have the bulk of that. You're not obligated to be here when we consider next week's sort of sense of where the community stands on the pedestrian refuge islands.
Of course.
Thank you very much for all your work. All right, we are now at number 12. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution scheduling a public hearing on the potential sale of city-owned property at the former landfill at Kennett Road for the December 19th, 2023 City Council meeting?
Support.
It was moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, is that right?
Yes.
Moved by Rutherford, seconded by Nicholson. That item is now before us. So, our city charter requires that for any potential sale of city-owned land, a public hearing must be held. And of course, following that requirement, we also took it a step further and wanted you to have the initial information, all that we have, before we even set that public hearing, so that way council and the community can do some more deep dive, learn more, administration can bring more information. So what's proposed is that at this next city council meeting, next Tuesday evening, we have a public hearing to allow a formal opportunity for residents in the community to weigh in and ask questions. And they would be separate standalones because they are two separate parcels, and there would be two, separate purchase agreements and development agreements and all that. So that's why they would be two separate public hearings. You'd be able to speak at both. So Clerk Doyle, does December 19th, does that date satisfy enough time for you to do the postings as required? All right. Is there any further clarification or question needed? Manager Younger isn't here right now, but Deputy Mayor Stevens, what was presented was that we're talking about 77 acres that the city has owned for a number of years. Previously, was it a privately owned landfill? City-owned landfill. And so it has not been, there's not any structures on the property. Is that true? It is all land?
That is correct.
Okay. And so it's all vacant land, 77 acres, no structures. It has not been redeveloped, or have there been other sales that were considered, and it's okay if you don't know this, over the decades where the city considered the sale of the property already?
Great question, Council President. I will say that in the early 2000s, the property was marketed with Jonah companies, and nothing came about from that. I'm not sure what happened in the late 20 or early 2020s, early, teens. Just recently, in the past 2 years, there have been a couple of different entities that have inquired about the property, but I will say that the presentation that was put before you tonight is by far the most concrete in as far as the individual that has done the most due diligence and appears to have the actual financial wherewithal to move forward on the project.
Okay. So do we have a good working understanding of the land in question and the purpose of scheduling a public hearing? And if there is further action, the expectation for the community's benefit that neither of these items would be taken up in the remainder of the month. We're looking at January at the earliest. That's our current working understanding. So that way, this public hearing isn't going to be held the same day that action is taken on. So we wanted to give that window of time now that we've got an actual proposal from a prospective purchaser. Okay, and hearing no further discussion, speakers list exhausted, roll call and adoption of the resolution scheduling the public hearing on the potential sale of city-owned property at the former landfill at Kennett Road for the December 19th, 2023 City Council meeting. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries, and so please proceed with scheduling that public hearing, and thank you very much, clerk's team. Number 13, is there a motion to adopt the resolution scheduling a public hearing on the potential sale of city-owned property at the former Purdue School at 25 South Sanford Street for the December 19th, 2023 City Council meeting? Moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. That motion is before us. I'll just flag that we want to make sure that we spell Sanford, S-A-N-F-O-R-D, for the posting, and not that extra D. But we're talking about December 19th, same routine that we discussed before. This is the former middle school, then elementary school, then magnet school. It was a City of Pontiac School District school at the southeast corner of Sanford and Pike Streets, or if you will, the northeast corner of Sanford and Chandler Streets, or Francis, depending on where you're looking at. Deputy Mayor Stevens, do you know how many acres that site is?
I don't have the exact acreage.
Okay. We'll work to confirm that. Could be 10, could be 7. Depends. A lot of those schools from that area are usually between 7 and 13 acre sites. So it has an existing structure on it, a vacant school that is 3 stories, if you consider the lower basement-y level, but a multiple story school that has been closed for at least a decade, perhaps 2 decades, or some in that range. The determination has been that the building is unlikely to be able to be salvaged or repurposed at a realistic price point, and so what is proposed is the potential sale of the city-owned property, and that also is in relation to the special presentation that staff gave this evening. Is there any further clarification or discussion needed about the scheduling of the public hearing? Again, this would not be acted on by City Council in December. The expectation is that in January is when any potential sale would be further deliberated or considered. Hearing no further discussion, speakers list exhausted. Roll call and adoption of the resolution. Clerk Doyle.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted, and the clerk's office is authorized to post and schedule. Thank you very much. We are now at public comment, and I did see a hand from one of our residents. Ms. Rakowski, your name was not called on agenda address because you had signed up for public comment. So I didn't mean to throw you off on that. So going off of the public comment sign-up sheet, who's first? Pro Tem Carrington.
Beatrice Wright.
Microphone.
I wanted to comment on, someone said that the lines at Franklin Road were to be done. They're done. I'm a driver, and I drive our city a lot. I do have some problems with Franklin, and so you said that it wasn't quite finished. I thought the fact that the lines were drawn, and I'm thankful that there are new requirements of reflective lines so that you can see after dark. But at every manhole south of South Boulevard, there's a bump. I mean, it's like you go down, you bump, and I'm thinking this is a brand new road. So I don't know what the tolerances are for those kinds of things. I thought that the manhole would be brought up to the level of the new road. I don't know. As you cross Franklin, that doesn't appear as a problem. So I'm hoping that we can look at that, and maybe they still are going to be working on that. You know, as it relates to these pedestrian crossings, I taught my son to cross the street before he was in kindergarten. And I want to know what amount of budget does MDOT give to training people? Just say, hey, because those two pedestrian crossings, number 1 and number 2, they're like feet away. They're so close to one another. I mean, do we think our citizens are just stupid? You know, I think that we ought to be making a gesture to say, your job is to walk to the light or to the corner and look both ways before you cross. I don't know what's going on, but I'm kind of opposed to this because while pedestrians have the right of way, they should use their good judgment to cross properly. And so that's my thought on that. You know, and I also would like to understand how MDOT even controls traffic at a light. I travel Huron a lot. My church is on Huron at Genesee. The community is at a disadvantage just trying to come out of the community because M59 takes precedent on the length of the light. And I know that that is the case because I'm there quite a lot. It's the same thing on Old Telegraph and Orchard Lake. As you travel south on Old Telegraph, you have 9 seconds at that light. I don't understand that. So those are the things I wanted to talk about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Carlton Jones.
Okay, it should not be any surprise to why everybody want to come get some property in Pontiac. If the council doesn't know, in Oakland County, Pontiac's property is the only one that's classified as Justice 40. If you don't know what that is, you need to look it up. Pontiac is primarily all brownfield. So we got to understand when people are coming from Troy, Florida, whatever, try to come here and get some property, they want the funding. Now, you guys cannot say you don't know anything about TDC. It was set afloat at GPCC Committee of 50. Pastor Jones heads that up. That's not just Carlton. When I come here and talk about TDC, this is not just Carlton. So I want you guys to know, I would love for the administration to make a presentation, put the logo of TDC, and present it to the community. Councilman Goodman, we are working with people over at OTEC, Vocational Training Center, right now. We just finished a class with the students in construction. We work with OCC, with Oakland University. You guys need to do some homework of why the administration. Pastor Parker, I appreciate you asking the question you do. Everybody acts like they don't know about TDC, and that's what we need to help residents. But we never think to say, why are we not pushing? For a long time, the mayor was upset with me because he thought I was pushing too hard for workforce development. That is something that helps the residents. That's not brick and mortar. The residents in this city were speaking out when it was time for the bond issue because they need to have an elevation of income, and that's what TDC is about, developing people to a higher level. Yeah, it's great. We can get all these skilled trades. You have to take time and put that development in. So I want you guys just to know that when you see all these folks who want to come with all these grandiose ideas, that nobody seems to think about what about people in Pontiac who've been doing this and saying this for a long time. You guys can't sit silent to that. You got to say, well, what about how we can help TDC be more robust? We can take a building here and try to see how we can take the programs that we got people here in Pontiac, companies here in Pontiac, then they coming to us, and I'm just going to say to you all, every time somebody come here and mention my name, don't think it's always true. Pick up the phone, call me, verify. Because I don't come here just for Carlton. This is representing an organization of people that's around here in Pontiac, companies in Pontiac. And there's no reason why I would love to see the next presentation done by the Director of Economic Development and talk about TDC. Let's make this thing really fair for people here. I don't see no reason why we can't do it. Deputy Mayor, you think that can happen? I mean, somehow or another, we got to try to see how we can support our own. I was really a little bit ticked about how this was presented today. And then if you get excited about it, every council person, I'm quite sure, I know I've given you information about TDC and that whole coalition. It's time for us to step up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Matt Garris.
I'm a law student in Pontiac, so my name is Matt Garris. More about some questions I have that's basic. I want to just mention some of what is, what's not. Have been, have not. Is and is not. Okay. Things in Pontiac. Like I worked on these boards for over 30 years. Community development and all this stuff, over 30 years. Until he come in with this, I guess he's still speaking from the grave, Brooke Patterson. To do things different. Come in here. The mayor that we have. He was a good guy, but he couldn't answer a damn putting it off, yes. He like a chicken with his head cut off. He is a yes, sir, man. He went to Lansing, and he screwed up. Couldn't even give the right address where he lived at, so he straight to step downs. Mad Hatch had to take his place. Now, everybody come to Pontiac. Pontiac is what they call the dumping ground. Just like they dump out there on Collier Road. They come in here and they dump. They dump. And the thing is, believe it or not, Pontiac is not Pontiac. Pontiac is Oakland County. All these crazy ideas come up out of Oakland County. I don't know whether the council fall for it or not, but they happen. Those great ideas that Mr. Patterson come up with when he was alive walking around, when he was sober. I'm not talking when he was drinking, when he was sober. We turn around and let everything happen. A prime example. I'm probably one of the largest property owners in the city of Pontiac. I'm one of the largest. I'm telling you, things have changed. I got a package invoice come from the guy who's, these inspectors, the code enforcement people. Now, I know over and over again, block grant money came in this city to fix streets, do sidewalks, and I got some properties, got 11 lots right together. I've been owning it over 40 years. I haven't seen a sidewalk there yet. But I got a letter telling me that I'm gonna have to dig the grass up and replace the sidewalk. Now, the city when I got money for those ash trees, they're supposed to cut them down, grind the stump. Okay, I'm proud of that one too. The tree fell out, so finally they didn't grind the stump just rotted away. Now I got to come down now, I got to clean the rest of the stump up. It's out on the street. And the next thing is, in Washington Park, when we was District 2, we got some help. Then they took us and put it in District 1, where there was no help.
Sir, your time is up. What street are you referencing?
What?
What street is the property on?
The whole Washington Park in there.
Okay. Your time has long since expired, so I'm going to have to.
What?
Your speaking time has long since expired, so I'm going to have to ask that you conclude for now.
Washington Park was told by the previous mayors, we didn't qualify for nothing, sidewalks or nothing. We made too much money. So we got nothing, except them damn garages over there that they call houses. They put them in there, and
this is public comment, and your time has concluded.
It's supposed to be low income, but they're not. Okay. I'm just saying.
Thank you, Mr. Garris. Ms. Angela Rakowski.
When it's discussed out, the police department don't do a damn thing about it. In front of my house.
Order in the chambers.
The county was selling drugs right in front of my house.
Your neighbor has the floor. It's their opportunity now.
Hello. I have a few things to say. The first thing I'd like to make a correction to the fact that the Public Works Department is located in a fire station. The Parks Department is located in a fire station. The Public Works Department, where your snow plows, your lawnmowers, your snow blowers, your street plows are located in a gym on Joslin Road. In the gym, I do believe it's probably like late 40s, filled with asbestos, no ventilation, and totally not up to code. So that's where your public works are. Number two, the LIFT program. I think, obviously, we all want good things for our young kids and our citizens, but I think we're glossing over the fact that in order to get that, we have to approve a business within a residential area that's going to produce toxic waste. And we don't even want a weed store next to any of our residential areas, but we're going to allow the manufacturing of a toxic waste chemical to be amongst our citizens in the community. Number three, I also disagree with the MDOT usage. We are a historical city. That is a historical stretch. For them to come in and just put cement down, no landscaping, no regard for any of our history, I think it's wrong. Also, I have noted when I looked at the plans, 4 of these crosswalks that they want to put in go to liquor stores, the gas station that sells liquor, and the bar that's on Huron. These are not families who are trying to cross the street to get to the park or get to the post office. It's people who don't want to walk across Genesee and Huron, Dwight and Huron, or Johnson and Huron. They want to take the quick way to get in and out of the party store or to get their cigarettes, and they are the ones jotting in and out of traffic. And those are the spots where they want to put these pedestrian bump outs. They're not for the citizens who do use the crosswalks and do things the way they're supposed to. And that's what I have to say today. Also, I stand with Eric Brim. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Dr. Deirdre Waterman.
Since Ms. Winkowski mentioned the status of our DPW department all over the city, sort of place, I will bring that up too. As a matter of fact, when you turn down the road bond, one of the things that the mayor had put in there was to build a $10 million facility, DPW facility, and apparently they'd already picked out the space. He mentioned that they were looking at a plot of land, and I was wondering, some of us were wondering, why do we have to spend $10 million when we already have the Collier Road landfill, which was our old DPW, which when I was here, the DPW department had already kind of done feasibility studies on. They liked it. It's fenced in and it has we can keep all our facilities in one place. It's big enough to build a salt barn. So I haven't heard, I was surprised to hear that we have to spend money on another facility in order to, when Collier landfill is right there for us. We own it. And we weren't able to use it because the emergency manager had given it to the waste hauling company, but they don't need it anymore, so we can have it, and it's there. So that's what we need, rather than spend more money on it. But I'm glad you take the Huron vote not to narrow Huron. Everybody seemed to come to a pretty good conclusion on that easily. The citizens wanted it. The point I was making was that the MDOT people came here because they had made that decision based upon what they heard from this Huron corridor, Main Street people. So who are they? That's the question I asked. Who are they? Why are they making decisions for us? And if I'm sure, council, don't you know who they're appointed by? Why do they have authority? So since you tabled part of the discussion, maybe we can find out by next week, because I would seem to think we would want to know who is influencing things that happen in the city that obviously citizens really don't want. But the other thing is you had recreational marijuana on the agenda. You haven't really told people what that really is all about. And I won't try to explain it for you. But one of the things is the amendments that are written on, that we're going to vote on, had to be written by someone representing administration, okay? So who did they talk to? They know who it is, but why won't they tell us? That's what I would like to know. But the last thing I do want to bring up, and I won't have enough time to go through it all, but I do have an update on what I brought up last week, was about the fact that because the mayor had not voted for them, the merger hadn't occurred for the Vivas, and that way the proposal that I'd left for the pensioners to get $300 or $400 more each month had not been able to go through. I want to say 3 days later, mayor did vote, so the merger has gone through, but it's still a delay because apparently he says he's going to bring litigation anyway, so go figure.
Thank you. Pastor Kathy Desiree.
Councilman Goodman,
You weren't born when we added that extra lane on 59. So you don't remember how terribly congested that road was before that lane. Now we drive it all the time, and it's terribly congested with that lane. Taking that lane away, I just can't even imagine why. And the islands, I drive by one every day, the one on Perry, which is just a pain in the neck. And if you really want to see what their lies do to us, they told Lake Orion, and I was at the meetings, what the roundabouts would do for Baldwin Road. If you haven't driven Baldwin Road from I-75 to Clarkson, you might want to try it. It's a nightmare, a total disastrous nightmare. And these islands are not going to do what they tell us they're going to do. The post office, I too use that post office when I can get in. I don't care what time of the day or night you want to turn into that post office. It's just congested all the time. And my understanding is that's a distribution center. It's not just a post office. So what happens to the trucks when they add these? Are they in the way? Trucks need a pretty good turning area. And there's a lot of trucks coming and going on 59 into that post office. To change the subject, based on previous history and what we've learned sitting here for 8 years, is that our experience with contractors is not real good. And surety bonds have not been demanded very often, which has left us in a position where we don't really have any recourse at all when they walk away. So I would suggest if we pursue Purdue, we might want to be very sure that we have an ace in the hole if he walks away like previous contractors have done. Now, I know these people. I've met with these people previous to this plan. They have a passion for young adults who are not going to go to college. But I've lived here long enough to know that there are people in this city who have a passion for their own. And maybe it's time we actually got together and did something significant and quit worrying about bringing in other people to do it. I heard something today that I thought was appropriate. Your current situation is not your final destination. Think about that when we make plans.
Thank you. Mr. Chuck Johnson. And then Ms. Darlene Clark on deck.
Thank you very much. My 3 minutes is very important to me. But you know, as I stand at this mic and I listen to the individuals who came before me, Mayor Waterman, Carlton, this young lady, a person right here, this young man here, he came along when I came along in this city to voice our concerns years ago. And he's still here, and I'm still here. I don't know how old he is, but I bet I'm close to him. We're close to each other. But what I want to say to you is this. We can't continue sitting back and allowing the outsiders come and take away what little we have left. We talk about a DPW facility. We got the Collier Road facility that's still available to us. It's ours. A little bit of time and money will make it ours 100%. And workable. You talk about the landfill on Kenneth Road. There was a lot of opportunities that was blown through the web, just like the Silverdome was. People that wanted to use it or buy it, nobody could make a good decision, but some outsider came in with dumb ideas like we heard tonight, just to scoop up the land, and Purdue School is in that same category. Scoop the land up, do that little thing, and then they look around and tell the city, if you want it, you got to buy it back. See? Oh, and here's one thing else I did, Mike. Here, I brought with me tonight some Band-Aids. I want you to tell the administration that that roadway on the Orchard Lake shouldn't be closed. That truck broke a little piece of concrete out of the cement up on the overhead, but they shut the road down. Do you know what kind of, you council members, y'all know what that means to the citizens in this community and passersby? There's nothing wrong with that roadway. There's nothing wrong with that little piece of concrete. If you gotta fix it, put a Band-Aid on it. Now, we don't even own the structure. But the guy who does own it is laughing at us because the roadway is closed. We'll just use it as a whatever and hold our feet to the fire. Time out for all that kind of crap, council. All of you know and live in this city. You know what we're up against. This administration is pushing stuff down our throats that we don't even want and don't care about. It bothers me to the highest. You're gonna have to start listening to what we have to tell you. We don't come down here just for the hell of it. We come down here for a reason. And we try and push this into your hearts and your minds. You gotta listen to us. We don't, Mayor Waterman, I haven't seen a council person or mayor in the history of this town that comes down here since their retirement as Mayor Waterman does. She comes here, she ain't hiding, she ain't running. She says what's on her mind. Things that she says to this council, you should take to heart because they're important. And take Carlton's comments. You know, we're not Rudy Poop people, and you're not. Mike, you got a very good head on you, buddy. You know a lot of stuff that I knew way back then and when. So my time is up, but you know I can stand here all night and
your time is up. Your time is up.
You guys need to wake up and bring that Eric Brim back to work in this city. He's one of our own.
That does conclude your
Thank
time.
you.
Ms. Darlene Clark.
Councilman, good afternoon. This is for the council. Council, on November 2nd at the Bowen Center between 4 and 6 o'clock, DPW gave the same three people that were here tonight gave the same presentation. But this is why I say to you guys, you need to have legal representation. I have it on recording tape, that presentation. The mayor was there as well. This is where he said I became confrontational at. Now, what they didn't tell you guys tonight that they said at that meeting and other meetings thereafter, they want to put a bike lane in there as well. See, they never mentioned that to you guys, which is very unusual because I'm sitting here listening, I'm thinking, why aren't they telling the council about we want a bike lane? They want to put a bike lane from here, from where the hospital at, all the way up to Dwight Street. So with all that being said, council, and I'm not trying to insult you guys by no means, but facts is facts. You have said yes for 2 years to everything. Only in tonight and the night for the $114 million bond, you said no. Now, in saying no, you haven't done your investigation. You need to show the people that you are on top of what's being going on. These meetings that's being held, different stories are being told at different times, but bringing to council for you to vote on it, and you guys go for it. Lucky you voted down tonight. But if this is so, what happens the next time when MDOT come in? MDOT gets money. They get money from the government in order to help build what's good for the city. But how do you know what's built good for the city when you're not talking to the council in each district to see what's good for their district? And with that being said, it shows the council that you're very incompetent in what you're doing. When you show solidarity, but you don't show strength. You show knowledge, but you flip the script and go in a different direction and break the solidarity. So with that being said, council, wake up. You need legal representation because that lawyer that was here last week talking to you guys, they talked to you about something you should have came into the administration knowing. But you showed the people that you need some direction. And I stand on this conviction in front of the deputy mayor and in the mayor. Deputy mayor, you're a politician. Tim Grimal is a lawyer and a politician. When the council vote yes, you take the responsibility out of his hands and put it in yours. You then in turn make him look like the good guy and make you guys look like the bad guy.
Thank you. Ms. Miller?
How you doing? Good to see you. Well, I'm going to speak the political aspect of it. And, you know, Mr. Garrett, it's good seeing you. These are all my seniors I talk about. This is how long I've been in politics. I pray for you, okay? Get those properties up, sell them. You're too old for this, and don't let these people kill you, okay? I'm going to tell you that, but just out of you, because I love you, and I don't want nothing to happen to you. With that being said, you know, you're right, Councilman Parker. I'm glad you remembered that. And to this day, I got a really sore thought with MDOT when they come through. Because when MDOT come to Pontiac, know this, citizen, they have jurisdiction, they got those streets, and they're going to do what they want to do. If you, and see, I can talk this, that's why my feet bothered me today. I walked everywhere I did. Every time I got a project that I got on that board when I was up there, I walked that district to find out what they wanted. And not once, they talked about no accident. You walk down Pier, they tell you all the accident all night long. What are they talking about, Ms. Wright? What are they talking about? Who doing these proposals for MDOT? Do they live here? No. Okay, that's fine. But then do you do your homework when you do these things in the city of Pontiac? I was all out in Dearborn yesterday and stuff. They got the roundabouts. And I'm hearing that roundabouts is getting ready to come on Woolward. Yep, that's up next. I don't know if you mentioned that, Mr. McGinnis, but I hear roundabouts is supposed to be coming on Woolward. I had some residents call me. You know, if maybe not, but you know, one thing about a lie, it's gonna come true eventually. You know, it's gonna come. You know, you can't hold a lie. Truth will always stand. Always. That's why I stand on truth. I don't, and I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm not afraid of anybody. When I come down here, I speak truth. And the truth is that we are being gentrified. The truth, Mr. Carlton, is that they know who you are. You've been coming down here for years. It's personal because you've been coming down. When you speak truth to power, you're going to get hesitant. I don't want everybody to love me because that means I ain't doing my job. I'm speaking truth. I'm speaking on, and by the way, I'm sorry I didn't get your name, but you spoke truth to your district because you know what's going on. Thank you. I'm Angela. Thank you, Angela. I really appreciate your output because I don't have no respect of color. I don't care what color you are. I say Pontiac residents. We live here. And the problem that I have with the administration and with the council is that come to the people. Have town halls when you bring this stuff before us. Bring it to us. You'll be surprised. We might like it. But you're just ruling over us. This is not a dictator. I don't know if you guys got the memo. We're not a dictator city as of right now. With that being said, I want to ask the deputy mayor why the mayor not here. Deputy Mayor, will you explain what is the status on MLK? I don't see no action. Is it still 2025 or is it 2026 now? I did ride down Orchard Lake. It's bumpy as crap. I don't know what that is. I stopped one day and asked one of the developers out there working on it. I tell all the citizens, stop and ask those developers what's going on. They can tell you a whole lot. And it's just sad. It's just absolutely sad the way they do us here. It's just sad. And you guys just rubber stamp it. Rubber stamp it. That man right there can tell you a lot about Pontiac, Mr. Garrett.
Thank you. That concludes public comment. President McGinnis.
Okay, next is discussion. I will just say, though, in the last almost 2 years, there's never once been the whiff of the word roundabout when it comes to any project in Pontiac. And if there's ever such a whiff, that whiff will be shared. Discussion number 15, just want to provide an FYI to the council and the community. National AIDS Memorial quilt on display at All Saints Episcopal Church in Pontiac. And City of Pontiac officials, they wanted to make sure that all city council members and the administration was formally invited to attend the remembrance ceremony this Sunday, December 17th at 5:00 p.m. All Saints is located at 171 West Pike Street. The portion of the quilt that's on display was created in 1996 to remember Pontiac community members who had died as a result of AIDS-related complications. And this is the month where National AIDS Awareness Day takes place as well. So the community is invited, free and open to all, and if a council member plans on coming, let me know, because they want to make sure that they want to make a big deal about you. So feel free I'll pass that along on our behalf. Thank you. Any further discussion on that item? Hearing none, we are now at number 16. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to proceed in closed session pursuant to MCL 15.268 subsection H of the Open Meetings Act to discuss a confidential attorney-client legal opinion as requested by the mayor?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Goodman. So again, this is pursuant to state law, Michigan compiled law, 15.268 subsection H. They are closed sessions per the state of Michigan, permitted and necessary. So it is not a secret meeting, it is a closed meeting to protect you, the taxpayers, from legal woe and harm if we were slathering it all out on the open camera for those who wish to have financial or legal benefit versus the taxpayers of Pontiac. So with that, is there any discussion of the motion before us? Again, we're talking about 15.268 subsection H of the Open Meetings Act, as it has been for decades, including the previous 8 years of city government, decades. Hearing no further discussion, roll call and adoption of the motion to proceed in a closed session. Clerk Doyle.
James. Yes. McGinnis.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
Yes.
That motion carries. We'll be in closed session. We vote when we conclude with closed session, and it can only be on the item that we voted to go into closed session. So when we come back from closed session, we will proceed with the balance of the agenda. Thank you.
How you doing, sir?
Clerk Doyle, we are ready if you are. Is there a motion to come out of closed session?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Goodman. The motion is to come out of closed session. Hearing no further discussion. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yeah.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We come out of closed session at 9:50 p.m. We'll finish the balance of the agenda. For the sake of time, the city council communications are written. There are no mayoral closing, communications. Now we're at closing comments. Deputy Mayor Stevens.
Thank you, Council President. Just a few quick things. Tomorrow, the city has pizza and picks with Santa from 5 to 7 in the lobby of City Hall. The second annual Winterfest will be January 20th. Again, that will be on the grounds of City Hall. Also on January 20th, January 29th, and February 1st, we will have tenant rights town halls at the Bowen Center and also at City Hall. Also, for those of you who are small businesses, I am happy to say that we are now accepting applications for the technical assistance that we are paying for using ARPA dollars. So you can come to the ground floor of City Hall and get that application. You can also get that in the grants department. You can also get that application on the city's website, cityofpontiac.com, and go to the grants department to get that. And then just finally, a question was brought up about which street was it? Franklin Road. So the paving on Franklin Road is in fact done, and the manhole covers do need to be cut down to size, and that will happen in the spring. A question was brought up about the DPW facility. I will not bore everyone at length, but the answer is that you had half-truths tonight. DPW is using one of the fire stations. DPW is also using a building that it has leased from a local business. And yes, that fire station does also house the Parks Department. And that is all I have for sake of time tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Clerk Doyle, any closing comments?
No comments, Mr. President.
Councilwoman Rutherford, you want now or later? Later. Okay. Councilman Parker.
Thank you, Brother President. Just want to remind everybody of District 5 CDC meeting, which will be Thursday, December 14th, 6 p.m. in the Lions Club, in the City Hall Lions Club. It would be more of a celebration than a meeting, but we want to make sure if you want to come, please come and celebrate with us. We want to remind everybody that the Law and Courts Committee subcommittee meeting will be December 18th at 4 p.m. in the council chamber. Please, if you do not think you will be able to attend, please give us a call. I want to thank you, everybody, for all the things for this council, for the things that we vote on. I think we do a very good job evaluating what's said and what is done. And hopefully, as we are looking forward to the next year, that some of the disinformation and misinformation that gets shared at the community mic will cease. With that, I say good evening.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman James.
Yes, just want to remind the city that our winter recreation, our pizza with Santa is tomorrow night here at City Hall from 5 to 7 p.m. So I want to remind everyone, be able to bring your small ones out to take a picture with Santa and have some pizza with him. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Goodman.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. Not to belabor just the fact that I find myself saddened by the amount of misinformation, purposeful disinformation that is sometimes spread and often very many times has been created to sow discontent in many ways. I do want to highlight for every District 3 resident that on January 4th, from 5 to 7 p.m. at the North Hill Farms office / clubhouse will be the District 3 community meeting, along with a town hall discussion reporting back the millions of dollars that North Hill Farms got from HUD to do changes and renovations, and along with the management company and hopefully the owner. So I encourage everyone who lives in North Hill Farms to come out to that, because it's extremely important for everyone to know about this large bucket of money that, in my opinion, should be doing everything to improve your quality of life. Opening that line of communication to hear back. And then also, at the same time, we will be giving away first come, first serve, so there is no registration. First come, first serve of children's coats. So just to reiterate everything, so on January 4th, in North Hill Farms, at what should be the office of the clubhouse, will be the District 3 community meeting, a town hall on the millions of dollars that North Hill Farms got from HUD, along with a children's coat giveaway that, again, is first come, first serve. So I hope to see everyone then and there, and there will be a flyer coming around soon, especially to the residents of North Hill Farms. But with that, I say good night.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rutherford.
This season is a season of forgiveness, but it's also a season of compassion. If you are dealing with seasonal depression, there's a number that you can call, which is 988. It's a hotline that will allow you to speak to someone if you're having a mental health crisis or if you just need someone to talk to. It is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and help is there. The reason why I mentioned that is recently I received information about a teenager who decided to try to end their life. And it caused me to ask the question, what are we doing to ensure that the mental health is being handled within our citizens and among our community? And so I wanted to mention the 988 number to remind you that if you are having a mental health crisis, there is help available. The second thing is that I want to talk about compassion for a moment. For the last several weeks, we've had so much animosity thrown at us as a council, and oftentimes we're beat down because we're just simply trying to do the right thing. And so on Saturday, I was given something I never even expected, and I want to share this with the council. I was given the District 1 Neighborhood Association for District 1 Certificate of Appreciation. It meant so much to me because oftentimes all we hear is complaints about what's wrong with the district, what's wrong with the streets, what's wrong with you as individuals. And this made me, oh, I'm sorry, it's right here, it's weird. I didn't make this. Shouts out to Rosalind and Chris Northcross. These are the moments that make me understand what my purpose is, not the accolades, but just the appreciation for the hard work and dedication that happens in my district. Lastly, but certainly not least, this is your formal invitation to the best holiday party there is, which is going to be happening in the best district there is, District 1, which will be at the Bowen Center on Saturday between 1 and 3. You are cordially invited to hear music, ambiance, and receive awards, and have really great soul food. I heard District 7 gave me a run for my money, so I'm trying to, and District 6
And
is
I
good.
sang.
Don't worry, I'll sing more. The point of it is we can be mad, we can have misunderstandings, but at the end of the day, we have got to show some more compassion. It's already hard enough to be a person that's a minority in America. It's already hard enough to be someone that has oftentimes felt ostracized. And what would happen if we got beyond our little snide comments and our side remarks, and as a community, we just simply show compassion? I don't ever want to hear about another young person deciding that their life isn't good enough and try to take their life. And so I'm asking you to keep praying for our youth, keep praying for our community, and pray for yourself. And may God bless you and keep you. May He put His hands upon you and to give you peace. God bless you and good night.
Thank you. And I look forward to seeing you on December 16th in the 1st District. I'll say nothing more. Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Just want to thank everybody that came out tonight, as well as those that's watching online. Actually, the 6th District was rocking this past weekend at our annual Christmas, holiday. I won't say holiday, on a holiday celebration. It was very good. I also like to thank the president of the Pontiac School District that joined us as well. It's been a good year. Overall, it's been a good year. A lot of things have moved across our desks. I'm just waiting to see something finish, me personally. I want to see something go up. And the community wants to see something go up as well. So I think once things start getting built and they see movement, I think more of the community will come around and really appreciate the 11th Council as well as this administration. And good night.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Mike McGinnis, representing District 7 on the east side. I want to thank the many residents who came out to our monthly meeting for December last night, and we had a full house at Prospect Church. It doubled as our holiday celebration, and it was really great to have so many neighbors come together and be able to dive into a lot of issues. It definitely reflects that we've accomplished a lot, but it also reflects that there's a lot more neighborhood issues that we still want to see improvement on, and I'll keep fighting, advocating, researching, trying to be creative, communicating, so that way we can continue to make the most, maximize the impact that we can make happen together. On that note, the next meeting for District 7 is Monday, January 8th. Again, that's January 8th. We always meet the second Monday of the month, and that's just how the calendar has fallen. So it's a little bit earlier in next month. I want to make sure that's on your radar. Same time, same place, 7 to 9 p.m. at Prospect Church, and that's Monday, January 8th. We have 2 more meetings left of this year of this city council, unless something wild happens. I pray to the good Lord that we don't have any need for a special meeting. So we have 2 scheduled meetings that remain for this year. And then based on the city council vote tonight, the calendar has been set for the year to come. The charter requires us to hold weekly meetings, otherwise we probably wouldn't have been holding one between Christmas and New Year, but I digress. The first meeting of the year now is scheduled for Wednesday, January 3rd at noon. And we recognize that's a unique one, but because the Tuesday falls on a day that, with the New Year holiday, the City Hall will be closed, we'll have our first meeting of the year on January 3rd at noon. So, for the sake of time, that's more than enough. Is there a motion to adjourn? Is there support?
Support.
Moved by Councilman Parker, second by Councilman Goodman. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Parker?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
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 Yes. We stand adjourned at 10:03 p.m. According to Verizon Wireless, have a safe and